who don't have jobs, because that creates another social problem.
That is CBC, technically speaking. And when you look at the steps that we've taken so far, the foreign policy, for example, the ties between Kenya and South Korea,
yes.
Where are we, even after you've left?
I would think that the relationship has actually matured, because one of the assignments President Kibaki gave me was to go and establish why has the relationship of 1964 not matured. And I found that the Korean culture was different from our culture. And nobody had taken time to understand how they operate. So in the case, because Kibaki wanted us to implement economic diplomacy, because the Cold War had ended, USSR had collapsed.
Yes.
So there was no point of going so much on the political side, because he didn't see any growth in that. He wanted us to do economic diplomacy.
Yes.
And in that area, I discovered that the Korean culture is different from our culture. Koreans do business through trust. At the same time, Koreans don't trust. So that became a problem.
That's tricky.
So we had to find our way. What is it we can do with the Koreans where they can trust us? And that was to bring on board some Koreans to work with us. And if you remember the National Economic and Social Council, we had a Korean on board, Professor Kun Mochong, who was able to guide us on issues of Korea. And from there, we were able to get a lot of scholarships, which Kibaki was very happy with. We were able to do the ongoing project at Konsa, the KAIST.
The Konsa City.
The Konsa City, both the urban planning and the education. And we were also able to train a lot of scientists up to PhD level on the nuclear energy.
All right.
Yes.
Ambassador, just hold on a bit, stay with me, because we still have much more to cover, because we cannot talk about President Kibaki, you know, within 15-20 minutes, but we'll try and squeeze as much as possible.
Okay.
Korea, you've had it. So Vision 2030 is more or less the same as the Korean kind of system, early childhood development, which Ambassador also said that was borrowed from South Korea. So we are making baby steps. We will be there someday, right?
Absolutely. And it's very interesting to see, you know, the steps we're making towards achieving that Vision 2030. Would want to hear his opinion about the same and whether we are in a good place. But of course, also when we come back, probably also get to discuss the interest of Pyongyang, North Korea, and South Korea, and how Kenya reacted to some of these things. But still, I have Wilson, and I'm looking at the year 1961.
Yes.
When President Kibaki is plucked from Makerere University, a newly married gentleman. The sacrifices he makes to join his country in planning for independence, even writing an independent constitution, and to solve the problems, particularly the economic plan that the colonial government has done. It's a very rare sacrifice, particularly that we don't see from the current crop of politicians.
Kibaki was a peculiar man in so many ways, okay? He's actually one of the longest, if not the longest serving member of parliament, which he is, by the way, in the area, meaning that he got into politics at a very early age. And if only Kenyans would have given him power when he first sought it, you remember when that was in 1992. If we had believed in him, because he was not a political politician in terms of what we would call politics, because we love people who lie the best, we love people who love telling stories when they are looking for votes. Kibaki was such a gentleman that if he said it's doable, it's doable. If it's not doable, it's not doable. And so he was called so many names, and I wish that Kenyans believed in him. But today, only 10 years of his presidency defined this nation. And so having someone like Kibaki, moving forward, we can pick so much from him. Let us not even look at how political you are. let us concentrate more on how agenda-oriented of a person you are. Because if we had gotten Kibaki to be president like 20, 30 years ago, then if we borrowed this the economic model from South Korea, then it means we could be somewhere near South Korea. What is South Korea known for? Look, it is all the things that Kibaki stood for. Industrialization, quality education, infrastructures, good manufacturing. And when you look at the things Kibaki was doing are not political, those are the things that he implemented. And so I wish that moving forward we shall be able to pick a Kibaki who is not a political but a more an economic-oriented person. Yes. And
looking at pre-independence Kenya and a bit of post-independence, because the people who actually go to get Kibaki from Makerere are the late Tom Mboya and Mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga.
Yes.
It appeared like merit mattered to pre-independence Kenya than it does now. Because all we consider today is tribe, other than the capabilities of people. I think back then common sense was very common to so many people. Merit mattered, and they were able to pick brains. It did not matter from what tribe you came from. They picked brain because we were a young nation. We were just learning how to crawl, not even walk. And so they needed every other brain out there to come and serve this nation. And I don't know at what point we are ever going to go back there, because today it is even impossible for you to get into power without a godfather. This godfather has to speak the same language as you, either corruption, he has to speak the same language where you come from, And so I wish that we would be able, I don't know, they say the more things change, the more they remain the same. But in this country, the more things are changing, the more they are changing for us. I wish we could be able now to go for brains. We are in a place in this country that only brains and character can save us. And so we need to start even as voters looking for such kind of people. Because if we expect these godfathers who are at the helm of this country to pick these brains for us, who do not, you don't have a good name, whose son are you, where do you come from, who is your father? If we're able now to pick someone who can be able to help this nation, I think that is the way to go. Yes, we need to do that. Among the most recorded times of economic prosperity, of course, other than when he takes power as president, is when he's serving as Minister for Finance and Economic Planning. But then the political exigencies of a time have President Mwai removing him from the ministry. And taking him to Home Affairs, still as Vice President, but this time at Home Affairs. And I've just been wondering, why would the president, Mwai then, without faulting him, remove then a person who has already shown a track record in terms of delivering this Ministry of Finance to take them to Home Affairs?
In a nation, not even in a nation, in most cases, planning, failing to plan is planning to fail. And so this country was crushed economically, socially, when Mwai was in power. Let's not get into details. He's not here to
may his soul rest in peace.
May his soul rest in peace. And so Mwai was not the kind of a leader I would say was a structured leader in terms of planning, in terms of facilitation. Mwai is the guy who would wake up in the morning and just say, let's go to this place. And so when Kibaki came with strategy and planning, when you're talking about planning, you have to rub shoulders the wrong way with people who are not planning. And so if you want results, you have to get rid of people who have been in that place doing nothing. And so he came with strategies and planning, and so many people around Mwai felt this guy is a threat to our positions, and so he had to leave. The most regretful thing about Kibaki is that he is the best president who only got to rule when he was a bit older. I wish we picked those brains. I wish our fathers and our mothers and our grandmothers picked those brains when he was still younger, when he still had the energy to run this country.
Why do you think we didn't pick those brains at that point when he was younger?
Mwai was he was the biggest hindrance to this nation. Anything to do with planning was not Mwai's thing.
All right. There's also the question, of course, we'll be showing pictures of the queues in Parliament right now as people continue to line up to view the body of the late President Mwai Kibaki. But looking at President Mwai Kibaki, obviously he fell out with President Moi, and he's removed as Vice President, then taken to the Ministry of Health. At some point when nobody expected, when the President has said cutting down Kanu is like trying to cut down a mogumo tree with a razor, how does he emancipate himself from being a pro-establishment to now positioning himself as opposition to the very same government, to the very same party that he had said is very difficult to cut down?
Kibaki's presidency was some sort of miracle. It was a miracle, by the way, in the making. We would have hoped that Moi would have picked Kibaki, and maybe Kibaki and Raila as his deputy. But the issue of whose son are you, again played in those politics, because they picked a greenhorn politician, or rather Moi picked a greenhorn politician who was President Uhuru, who didn't come with a wealth of experience, and so he was just positioning him for presidency someday. But again, look at what that did to our nation. It was a blessing in disguise, because supposing Uhuru got into power and missed out on a Kibaki presidency, the question therefore is, could we be where we are today? Could we credit the things could we have credited the things we credited Kibaki for 10 years when he was in power? That's a question for another day. But so when Moi betrayed this to Kibaki, in fact I say Moi is the one who betrayed Kibaki, but that betrayal was a blessing in disguise, because when Moi and Kibaki came together, that's when we created Kibaki. That's when Kibaki was born to be the leader he had always wanted to be in this country. Yes.
And before we hand it to Victor, when President Kibaki assumes power, like any other leader, like any other person, he had the opportunity. Obviously, you remember when President Moi takes power in 1978, the people who called him a passing cloud and stuff like that, obviously he had a way of dealing with them, true. Including moving them.
Yes.
President Kibaki had a golden opportunity to revisit, let me use that word, to revisit the ills visited upon him by probably President Moi and his allies. In fact, Kiraitu Murungi says, at some point they wanted to jail President Moi, but President Kibaki refused.
He refused.
Why?
Kibaki was a man of peace. He loved peace. He enjoyed his tranquility. You know, he had so much peace within himself that he gave that peace to the nation, because it was so easy for him to do that, but he failed to do that because he knew the implications of doing that. And he just wanted to see a thriving nation. And sometimes I'm tempted to think, I think older presidents are good because they just think about a legacy. And so Kibaki, even look at him when he retired from power. He did not meddle with the running of nation even after he left power. He just wanted to enjoy his retirement at peace. And so we didn't even see these presidential candidates going looking for him. He just said, I'm told at one point he said, mimi nilifanya kazi yangu nikamaliza, nyinyi fanyeni kazi yenu, ni wakati wenu. And I wish moving forward we would get so many Kibakis, because he was just interested with not political theatrics. Oh, he has jailed this one. He just wanted to see a thriving and a working nation, and that's what Kibaki gave us for his 10 years presidency.
And I remember sometime addressing the president and his deputy saying, hawa vijana wafanye kazi,
waache mambo mingi wafanye kazi. We have lost one of the best presidents we are going to have, and he goes down in the books of our history as the father of so many things. Remember when Thika Highway was done? We could not believe it was Kenya.
We'll talk about it.
All right.
We'll talk about it. Let's take it to Victor. You know, Victor, picking up from when President Moi retires, I would want to understand probably from Balozi how Kenya's foreign policy changed, because one, you have a country that is reeling from a weak economy, a negative global image, and you have, you know, even donor confidence in the country is at very low and minimal. What does President Kibaki do to restore donor confidence and, of course, the standing of this country in the global world.
Ambassador, that question is raised to you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for that question. I'll say that when Kibaki took over the leadership of this country, the economy was not in line with the expectations of the Kenyans. And without being critical, I think Kibaki came up with a very clear plan on how to transform the economy in terms of manufacturing, international trade, and employment. And I do remember that time we were given an assignment to try to understand, like in my case in Korea, how the foreign policy of South Korea relates to the trade policy.
Yes.
And I was very surprised to find out that the Korean foreign policy was actually the trade policy.
The trade policy.
It was the trade policy.
Yes.
Their job was to go out there and create market for the Koreans in everywhere in the world. So they had segmented the market, which is something we also tried to copy,
yes,
where their focus was on advanced economies where they could produce products for those markets which are of high quality and good profits. Then the second category was large emerging markets like Brazil, South Africa, and then finally the resource-rich countries. Now, that was a problem for us when it came to relating with Korea because we could not fall in those categories.
Right.
But on our side, Kibaki said we do have products. And one of them was coffee.
Coffee. In fact, when you talk about trade and coffee, you know, President Mwai Kibaki opened the market, the gates of, you know, exports.
Yeah.
And Kenya is a serious exporter. When you talk about coffee, our tea is one of the best, again, in the world. How was the Kenyan market expanding way back then when immediately President Mwai Kibaki took reins of power?
Yeah, let me talk about coffee. When Kibaki took over, our exports of coffee to South Korea, the value was like $1 million per annum, despite the fact that we had so much coffee.
Yes.
Then we embarked on a strategy to get Koreans to test Kenyan coffee and compare with others. And I remember the market entry strategy we used was, there was a big exhibition where the president of Korea was visiting. And we insisted that the president of Korea should test Kenyan coffee and the prime minister. And the moment they did that, the market opened. And Kibaki was very happy because in the following year, the value of our coffee exports to Korea jumped from 1 million to 6 million, and then finally to $25 million a year. And in honor of Kibaki, before I came back, I introduced many brands of Kenyan coffee in Korea, including Kiambu coffee, Masai coffee, Mount Kenya, Nairobi. The last branding I introduced Odaya coffee through a supermarket chain called E-Mart.
E-Mart.
Yeah, that was in honor of Kibaki.
How is the consumption currently?
Sorry?
The introduction, the sets of coffee that you introduced. How is the market rate right now?
The Korean market keeps on rising.
How is it performing?
And as the end of last year, the Korean consumption of coffee has reached 190,000 tons, metric tons. Unfortunately, our production of coffee has dropped from 128,000 tons a year to 35.
All right. Okay, so as your screen there, Kenyans are tripping in at the Parliament buildings. And of course, today's number is slightly bigger than yesterday. And yes, so to speak, yesterday it's a few minutes to 8 in the AM, and the number keep on rising. Of course, being the last day, we would expect a lot of activity. Kenyans coming there in droves. There's a gentleman who said that he left Nyeri in the morning, or there to be precise, just to come and pay his last homage to the late President Mwai Kibaki. Today is going to be a very busy day at Parliament building. So yes, it's open to the public. It's your chance to have that one moment that perhaps you know, many people did not have a time to meet him face to face when he was still alive. But that is life. That is life. As Kiore said, that life is transient, and so we have to appreciate it. Kiore, as you pick it from there, let me ask this way. At some point, Kiraitu Murungi, who is now the governor, said that they were ready to pick charges against President Mwai when Kibaki took over power. But it is President Kibaki who said, you know, it doesn't have to work like that. Perhaps if you can just shoot that question. How was President Mwai Kibaki when he even invited President Mwai to State House 6 months down the line? And President Mwai was a bit, you know, jittery. He wasn't so comfortable with it. But nonetheless, they still met.
And it's something probably Willie Kamau will comment on because I think President Mwai had the right, or was in his element by, you know, being jittery about it. Remember what happened during the swearing in of President Mwai Kibaki. There are people who threw stones at him.
Yes.
Which then means when you see how President Kibaki treats President Mwai after he has assumed power, it means then what happened at Uhuru Park to President Mwai was not sanctioned by President Kibaki himself. Yep. Which means then loyalists of these politicians can actually set up a country in flames.
Very true.
Even without being sanctioned by...
Very true. Remember when Kibaki was being sworn in, he was actually recovering from a very nasty accident. And so he was, I would say he was not in the political meetings of what was being planned around the swearing in date, or rather before they got there. That means they were telling him, they would look for him, tell him, oh, the next president, this is what we have planned, and he would just give them his blessings. And so I feel Kibaki is the best man in terms of showing leadership skills, because leadership is not just about development, it's about even peace, it's about knowing the right thing to do. And Kibaki seems to understood these things, because what could have been the implication of jailing Mwai? What would it have costed President Kibaki to invite Mwai at State House and just have a cup of tea with him? Just, you know, what I want is just let's build the nation. And that was a very good gesture that again goes down in books of history. Remember how many years are those? We are discussing it today as a very good gesture. It will continue to be discussed because he was a man full of peace and stability within himself. Remember, he was not even a bitter man. He had been called General Keguoya. You know what that means. Yeah, but he did not visit these things. He was saying, hey man, I do not have much time left. I am old. Let us fix this country. Let's do what we can do for the sake of this nation. Remember when Kibaki was taking over power, the country's economy was shattered. Nothing was working. No system was working. And within a period of 10 years, he had turned around the economy of this country. People were making money. Banks were hawking their services to the people. You would find Barclays, you know, all these big banks, they were pitching tents at Gekomba, you know, near, what do you call them, these bus stations.
Even OTC. Just for people to come and just to sell their services. Why? Because he had created an economic boom of circulation of money that was so great that people stopped complaining. You know, when people are busy working, they are eating, they don't have time to complain, as opposed to previous president. And you know, what surprises me about President Kibaki is the fact that he resisted overtures to borrow money from outside the country. Yes. And he relied so much on taxes being collected, the revenue being collected, but also a bit of borrowing from local banks. Yes. What makes me get surprised is the fact that even with the local borrowing and depending on revenue, he still did not overcrowd local borrowing, to the sense that even the normal person, even that small business was still able to access credit from local banks. If you look at his economic model, he was first empower people before taxing them. Because there is no way you can tax people you have not empowered. And look at his macroeconomic decisions. He waived taxation for anything, for any asset generating items for people. One,
he created a communication, an infrastructure communication that enabled people to do business from whatever part of the world, of Kenya, by waiving taxation for mobile phones. And so mobile phones created a job like no other for the people who imported and brought in the mobile phones, the services these mobile phones were offering to Kenyans. And then you can look at one of the most amazing things he did. When Kibaki took over power, he waived taxes for bodabodas. Okay?
Yeah.
I think a bodaboda back then was costing the most expensive one was I think 65,000. Today it's about 120, double the price after he has only 10 years gap. And so young people created jobs out of these bodabodas. And so these guys are making money. So where do they take the money? Banks like Equity Bank come in and they start growing exponentially.
So actually, Equity started as Equity Building Society.
Exactly.
Under Kibaki.
Yes.
And then finally becomes a bank.
Exactly. Why? Because the people down there were economically empowered by Kibaki so much that they started saving. And so when you save this money, what does the bank do? Hey, government, do you want money? Yes, we have money. So, and you know, the banks will always prefer to work with banks more than even giving you money. And so Kibaki understood the importance of empowering these people to save money in these banks, just like China and South Korea, what they do, by the way. These countries are built by savings. When people save a lot of money, there is so much circulation of money such that the bank borrows this money, puts it in investments, and these investments are money still that is circulating within the economy. And so everybody who was working in Kibaki's time had means of making money. So one of the things I remember Kibaki, we will always remember Kibaki, is that he did not tax people without empowering them first. He first empowered them to tax them, and that's why we saw an economic boom and growth in this country. If you look at his GDP growth, man, it's only the only time we were affected was between 2002, not 2007 to 2008. That's when our scales of economy went down. But as far as growing the economy, Kibaki knew how to do it, and he grew the economy by not taxing people, but lowering taxes for people.
All right. The Standard today talks about the bittersweet, the Raila Kibaki ties, and we'll talk about their ties. Yesterday, the papers had aptly captured the moment of 2002, a rising nation, a nation with hope. But there was a name OU between President Kibaki and his partners in the NAC coalition. Mwenge used to be called Mwenge.
Yes.
And the papers are trying to paint a situation where this was a very big moment for the Republic that President Mwai Kibaki squandered in terms of ensuring cohesion and political stability. Do you think so?
No, I don't think so. Kibaki was a man wise in so many ways. And remember, all these are politicians. He had seen what politics can do to a nation. And so Kibaki had to betray some things for the sake of this nation. And so today we look back and we are so thankful that he did not allow so much politics into his presidency. Because if so much politics played in his presidency, he would not have done whatever he did in terms of achieving and taking this country to the next level. And so I am happy he even did that, because it was avoiding taxes. Remember, Kibaki had served this country for so long, and he knew the characters and the persons of these people who are just trying to find their way into his leadership. And so I'm happy it never happened, by the way.
Of course, we will talk about the friction that emanates from him not respecting that MOU inside his government. We'll talk about it in a bit. But Victor, it is important, you know, whenever a country is discussed in terms of its foreign policy, good neighborliness is one of them.
Yes.
And in terms of trade, because Kibaki really paid a lot of attention to issues of economy and trade, I'd want probably to know from Balozi, what was the volume of trade between Kenya and her neighbors before President Kibaki took over?
Ambassador?
Sorry, repeat that question.
How was the trade between Kenya and our neighbors during Moi's regime, and probably just to add, after Moi's regime, when President Kibaki took power?
Yeah, when Kibaki took of power, he brought in the enablers, the infrastructure, and that saw an exponential growth of our trade with our neighbors, and especially Uganda.
Yes.
Before, they were a little bit uneasy. There was dissonance because of the way the country was run. Now and then, there would be clashes here and there would be protests, and that delayed their cargo from the Mombasa port to Uganda and the countries beyond. And Kibaki made sure that whatever happened in the country, the trade between the countries, the trade between Uganda and South Sudan were not affected by disagreements in the country. So the volumes grew.
You know, when you talk about the growth, the issue of peaceful coexistence, peace resolution between countries, we have conflict resolutions rather, and, you know, etc., etc. During Moi's regime, it was a bit kind of unilateral. But when President Mwai Kibaki took over, it all changed. But still, he may...
of the times. So you vied on a DP ticket?
Yes, I vied on a DP ticket, and this was informed by the fact that when I looked at his manifesto, it spoke directly to the needs of Marakwet. And I had tried in '97 and did not make it. But this time in 2002, I sought opinion of other women leaders ahead of me. And so I sought the opinion of Zipporah Kitony, Senator Zipporah Kitony, who was then a nominated Kanu and yet in Maendeleo ya Wanawake. And she actually told me I try somewhere else. She directed me to Ambassador Tabitha Sei that maybe there is an opportunity in DP and not in Kano. And I'm so grateful that despite her being a Kano person, she looked out for where an opportunity could present itself for me. And so vying, it was very tough vying in the opposition then in Rift Valley. Especially on ADP, and everyone else was Kano. Most of my meetings I had to do them at night, so that the chiefs, you know, they were very tough, so they can come and derail your meeting. Then, of course, then when he got an accident, he never managed to come and campaign for us. I'm grateful that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga took that mantle and he went everywhere.
Nasoma chini. Yes.
need no other argument. I need no other plea. It is enough that Jesus died, and that He died for me. Tunaomba uwepo wako uende nasi, ewe Bwana wa majeshi, tusikie. Kama huendi nasi, hatutaki kutoka hapa, hatuwezi peke yetu, enda nasi. Tuwatua shingo ngumu, tusamehe. Hatufai mbele zako, turehemu. Tusafishe Baba, tuonyeshe uso wako. Twahitaji neema yako, enda nasi. Tutavua mapambo yetu, vitu vyote vya thamani kwetu, mioyo yetu twaleta mbele zako, tutakase na utembee nasi. Tunaomba utuonyeshe njia zako, kwa maana umetuita kwa jina lako. Twalilia e Bwana, utukufu na uso wako. Bila wewe tutashindwa, enda nasi. Tutavua mapambo yetu, vitu vyote vya thamani kwetu, mioyo yetu twaleta mbele zako, tutakase na utembee nasi. Tutavua mapambo yetu, vitu vyote vya thamani kwetu, mioyo yetu twaleta mbele zako, tutakase na utembee nasi. Bwana open hearts, oh let the ancient words impart. Ancient words ever true, changing me and changing you. We have come with open hearts, oh let the ancient words impart. Holy words of our faith, handed down to this age, came to us through sacrifice. Oh, did the faithful words of Christ, holy words long preserved for our walk in this world. They resound with us on heart, oh let the ancient words impart. Ancient words ever true, changing me and changing you. We have come with open hearts, oh let the ancient words impart. Ancient words ever true, changing me and changing you. We have come with open hearts, oh let the ancient words impart.
Holy words of our faith, handed down to this age, came to us through sacrifice. Oh, heed the faithful words of Christ. Holy words long preserved for our walk in this world, came to us through sacrifice. Oh, ancient words of Christ impart.
Ancient words ever true,
Changing me, and changing you. Yeah, we have come with open hearts. Oh, let the ancient words,
ancient words ever true,
changing me,
changing me and changing you.
we have come
With open hearts, oh let the ancient words impart. Ancient words ever true, changing me and changing you.
we have come
With open hearts, oh let the ancient words
changing me, changing you. We have come with open hearts. Oh, let the ancient words impart.
Bwana ni mchungaji wangu, sitapungukiwa kitu. Yeye hunilaza kwenye majani mabichi, huniongoza kwa maji matulivu, hunihuisha nafsi yangu, huniongoza kwa njia salama, nipitapo bondeni mwa mauti, sitaogopa, wewe unami. Hakika sitanifuata mimi, nami nitakaa siku zote za maisha yangu. Oh, hakika zitanifuata mimi, nami nitakaa nyumbani siku zote za maisha yangu. Gongo lako na fimbo yako vinanifariji mimi. Wewe waandaa meza mbele yangu, machoni pa watesi wangu. Hakika sitanifuata mimi, rohoni, kweli ni salama, kweli salama, salama rohoni, ni salama. Salama
nimetoka kutembea nuru ni mwa Mungu, na moyo safi kabisa kumpendeza Mungu. Bwana, kwa hiyo nimepata kijito nisamehe, kweli namsifu Bwana, kwa hiyo nimepata utakaso.
nifike mahali nimefika. Bwana wewe ni Ebeneza maishani mwangu maisha yangu yajengwe juu yako, na ninataka ndoa yangu ijengwe juu yako Baba. Ndoa zilizojengwa juu yako Yawe hazivunjiki kamwe. Nyumba zilizojengwa juu, mimi nataka uimbaji wangu Baba ujengwe juu yako, maana wewe ni sauti yangu, wewe ni uzima wangu. Ebeneza, nijengwe juu yako Baba, wewe uwe jiwe langu la pembeni, na kutamani jiwe langu la thamani, na kuhitaji wewe ndiwe. Mimi nataka maisha yangu Baba yajengwe juu yako, na ninataka ndoa yangu Baba ijengwe juu yako Baba. Juu yako Yawe hazivunjiki kamwe, na nyumba zilizojengwa juu yako Yawe hazivunjiki kamwe. Mimi nataka uimbaji wangu Baba ujengwe juu yako, maana wewe ni sauti yangu, wewe ni uzima wangu. Nijengwe juu yako Baba, mimi nataka Baba, wewe uwe jiwe langu la pembeni, nakutamani sana, jiwe langu la thamani, ni wewe ninahitaji Baba. Simama, simama, wewe umshindi Baba, tawala, 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 unachokibale msaidizi wako yundani yako, inuka, inuka, jitie nguvu, simama, simama, simama.
Uifuatayo mbinguni na ile pana ya anasa yaelekea jehanamu. Hebu jiulize njia gani uifuatayo. Hebu jiulize njia gani uifuatayo. Nawe waelekea wapi? Na wafuata njia ya kweli. Nawe waelekea wapi? Na wafuata njia ya kweli. Mimi ndimi mwanzo na mwisho, mimi Alfa na Omega. Mtu haji kwa Baba yangu ila kwa njia yangu mimi. Mimi ndimi mwanzo na mwisho, mimi Alfa na Omega. Mtu haji kwa Baba yangu ila kwa njia yangu mimi. Hebu jiulize njia gani uifuatayo. Hebu jiulize njia gani uifuatayo. Nawe waelekea wapi? Na wafuata njia ya kweli. 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 Kama maua ya kondeni yachanuka na kunyauka, ndivyo maisha yetu sisi yanavyopita kwa haraka. Tunatembea na kuringa, lakini tunajisahau kuwa uhai wetu sisi uko mikononi mwa Mungu. Kuwa uhai wetu sisi uko mikononi mwa Mungu. Tunakwenda kinyume na Bwana wetu, tukikana maagizo yake wetu. Hukumu ya Bwana nayo yaja wetu sote, lakini bado anatupenda sana. Ni neema, ni neema, ni neema, ni neema, ni neema. Hatuna haki sisi, bali ni neema yake. Hatuna haki sisi, bali ni neema yake. Ni neema kuu, ni neema, ni neema, ni neema, ni neema. Haleluya. Hatuna haki sisi, bali ni neema yake. Haleluya. Hatuna haki sisi, bali ni neema yake. Sikiliza mwanadamu, sikiliza unaetanga duniani na siku zako duniani. Bwana ameshazihesabu, jitoe mbele kwake Yesu upate neema ya Bariki neema yake. Hatuna haki sisi. Bariki neema yake. Neema Mungu. Ni neema. Ni neema. Ni neema. Ni neema. Ni neema. Hallelujah. Hatuna haki sisi. Bariki neema yake. Hatuna haki sisi. Bariki neema yake. Ni ujumbe wa Bwana, haleluya, wa maisha ya daima. Ni ujumbe wa Bwana, haleluya, wa maisha ya daima. Amenena mwenyewe, haleluya, utaishi ukitazama. Tazama ishi sasa, tazama, utazama Yesu. Amenena mwenyewe, haleluya, utaishi ukitazama. Tazama ishi sasa, tazama, utazama Yesu. Amenena mwenyewe, haleluya, utaishi ukitazama. Ujumbe wa wema, haleluya, nawe shika rafiki yangu. Ni habari ya raha, haleluya, sasa, tazama Yesu, amenena mwenyewe, haleluya, utaishi ukitazama uzima wa daima, haleluya, kwake Yesu utauona, ukimtazama tu, haleluya, wokovu upweke wa Bwana. Tazama, ishi sasa, tazama Yesu,
trouble. When I am down and all my soul so weary, when troubles come, my heart burden me, then I am still and waiting here in silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. Oh, I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. Oh, I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. There is no life without its anger. Each restless heart beats so imperfectly. Oh, but when you come and I am filled with wonder, sometimes I feel I glimpse eternity. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. Oh, I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up Shetani naye amekazana kuharibu waliojenga, lakini Bwana ninakuomba, Bwana naomba unisaidie. Vumilia roho yangu, majaribu ni kama moto unaochoma imani yangu, Bwana naomba unisaidie. Vumilia roho yangu, majaribu ni kama moto unaochoma imani yangu, Bwana naomba unisaidie. Natoka kwako Shetani, hapana ndani yangu, niwe salama. Yesu nifiche nisionekane, Bwana naomba unisaidie. Vumilia roho yangu, majaribu ni kama moto unaochoma imani yangu, majaribu ni kama moto unaochoma imani yangu, Bwana naomba unisaidie. Kama moto unaochoma imani, naomba unisaidie.
Kenda sadaka
nategemea daima, yote chini ya kisha Mwokozi atanitosha.
damu yake na sadaka
nategemea daima, yote chini ya kisha Mwokozi atanitosha. Nasimama, niye mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama, niye mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama, niye mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama, niye mwambani salama.
nikiitwa hukumuni,
ninaomba niishi kwa haki yake, sina hofu mbele zake.
nikiitwa hukumuni,
rohoni ninaomba niishi kwa haki yake, sina hofu mbele zake. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwambani salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwambani salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwambani salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye hakasiriki. Haraka Bwana, mashariki ilivyo mbali na magharibi. Dhambi zako ameziondoa. Moyo wangu umsifu Bwana, na vyote vilivyo ndani yangu visifu jina lake. Moyo wangu umsifu Bwana. Moyo wangu umsifu Bwana, na vyote vilivyo ndani yangu visifu jina lake. Moyo wangu umsifu Bwana. Ni wa rehema na neema, hakasiriki. Haraka Bwana, mashariki ilivyo mbali na magharibi. Dhambi zako ameziondoa. Moyo wangu umsifu Bwana.
One, two, testing in, testing out. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Testing in, testing out. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Lakini haizi sikia juu ya hiyo ingine. One, two. One, two, one, two.
Ila neema
Testing in, testing out. Ombati. 1 2 3 3 2 1 1 2 3 3 2 4. Ombati.
Ile ulinifia msalabani, ukanifungulia kwako mbinguni. Ile ulinifia
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
ukanifungulia kwako mbinguni. Bwana unisafishe, hakika sina wema, ila neema yako. Mimi mwenyewe sina uwezo. Bwana unisafishe, hakika sina wema, ila neema yako. Mimi mwenyewe sina uwezo. Mimi ninatukuza jina lako. Unishike mkononi. Kazi yake Shetani kupoteza. Mimi ninatukuza jina lako. Unishike kazi yake Shetani kupoteza. Bwana unisafishe, hakika sina wema, ila neema yako. Mimi mwenyewe sina uwezo. Bwana unisafishe, hakika sina wema, ila neema yako. Mimi mwenyewe sina uwezo. Kazi yangu ikiisha, Bwana ninatamani kuja kwako. Niwe pamoja na wateule, tukikutumikia mpaka milele. Kazi yangu ikiisha, Bwana ninatamani kuja kwako. Niwe pamoja na wateule, tukikutumikia mpaka milele. Bwana unisafishe, hakika sina wema, ila neema. Mimi mwenyewe sina uwezo. Bwana unisafishe, hakika sina wema, ila neema yako. Mimi mwenyewe Umenilinda nyumbani Unitakaze mwisho nifike kwako enzini. Linda maisha yangu nayo maovu kaniepusha. Linda nyumbani mwangu, baraka zako kwangu ni tele. Unitakaze mwisho nifike kwako mbinguni. Unitakaze mwisho nifike kwako enzini. Bonde hata milima kaniongoza mchunga wangu. Na hofu nyingi kaniepusha ngome yangu. Nizidishie fadhili zako kazini mwangu, unijalie, unifundishe, uniwezeshe, nikushukuru kwa sala zangu. Unitakase mwisho nifike kwako mbinguni. Unitakase mwisho nifike kwako enzini. Nizidishie fadhili zako kazini mwangu, unijalie, unifundishe, uniwezeshe, nikushukuru kwa sala zangu.
unitakase, mwisho nifike kwako enzini. Nijalie rehema zako, nitende wema kwa ndugu zangu. Si haki ya ugomvi, niondolee, niwe mpole. Tukufu kwako, we Mungu Baba, Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Ni wewe Alfa pia Omega, mwanzo na mwisho hata milele. Unitakase, mwisho nifike kwako mbinguni. Unitakase, mwisho nifike kwako enzini. Kwako we Mungu Baba, Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Alfa pia Omega, mwanzo na mwisho hata milele. Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine, head of salvation, purchase of God, born of His Spirit, washed in His blood. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. Perfect submission, perfect delight, visions of rapture, no past on my side. Angels descending, rain from above, echoes of mercy, whispers of love. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long.
This is my song, praising my Savior, on and on. This is my song. Praising my Savior.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you.
Jesus, no way.
tangu Bwana
nizaliwe Bwana, umenilinda, umenilinda.
tangu Bwana,
tangu nizaliwe Bwana, umenilinda, umenilisha.
tangu Bwana,
tangu nizaliwe Bwana, umeniponya kwa vishawishi. Miujiza katembea juu ya maji, mapepo yatoroka, mawimbi pia yanisikiza. Nirehemu, 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 nirehemu.
hivi Bwana,
Hivi nilivyo Bwana, sina uwezo hata kidogo.
lakini Bwana,
Lakini nasikia Bwana, waweza yote, Jehova nisi. Hivi Bwana, hivi nilivyo Bwana, sina uwezo hata kidogo. Lakini nasikia Bwana, waweza yote, Jehova nisi. Miujiza kafufua Lazaro, Yesu wa Nazareti, nami pia unitendee. Nirehemu, 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 nirehemu.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja. Moyo ikakunda fahari, ilagiro ochi adua, inini chakugenja. Moyo ikakunda fahari, ilagiro ochi adua, inini chakugenja. Nimlungu adukose, inini chakugenja. Nimlungu adukose, inini chakugenja.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja. Mungu wadifunyirani, karikose echaro chose, inini chakugenja. Mungu wadifunyirani, karikose echaro chose, inini chakugenja. Nimlungu adukose, inini chakugenja. Nimlungu adukose, inini chakugenja.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja.
Karikose,
Karikose, echaro chose, inini chakugenja. resting place, not in the voice of free. I trust the ever living one, His thoughts for me shall be. I need no other argument, I need no other plea. It is enough that Jesus died, and that He died for me. I need no other argument, I need no other plea. It is enough that Jesus died, and that He died for me. Enough for me that Jesus saves, He ends my fear and doubt. A sinful soul, I come to Him, He'll never cast me out. I need no other argument, I need no other plea. It is enough that Jesus died, He shed for me His life He gave. I need no other argument. I need no other plea. It is enough that Jesus died, and that He died for me. I need no other argument. I need no other plea. It is enough that Jesus died, and that He died for me. see Jesus, we'll sing and shout the victory.
When we walk the pilgrim pathway, God's will over spread the sky. But when traveling days are over, not a shadow, not a sign. When we all get to heaven, what a day!
What a day of rejoicing that will be. When we all see Jesus, we'll sing and shout the victory. When we all get to heaven,
What a day!
what a day of rejoicing that will be. When we all see Jesus, we'll sing and shout the victory.
Let us then be true and faithful, trusting, serving every day. Just one glimpse of Him in glory will the toils of life repay.
When we
all get to heaven,
what a day!
what a day of rejoicing that will be. When we all see Jesus, we'll sing and shout the victory. When we all get to heaven,
What a day!
what a day of rejoicing that will be. When we all see Jesus, we'll sing and shout the victory. Onwards to the prize before us, soon me. On the cruel cross he suffered from the curse to set me free. Sing, oh sing, oh my Redeemer, with his blood he purchased me jicho takuongoza tangu chini hata mbingu, na jicho takuongoza, 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 na jicho takuongoza tangu chini hata mbingu, na jicho takuongoza. Mashaka yakikujia, mambo usiyoweza, jua ukimwaminia, yeye atakuongoza, takuongoza, 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 na jicho takuongoza tangu chini hata mbingu, na jicho takuongoza, 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 na jicho takuongoza tangu chini hata mbingu, na jicho takuongoza. Siku zako chache tena, punde utamaliza. Kumbuka neno la Bwana, mimi nitakuongoza, takuongoza, takuongoza, na jicho takuongoza tangu chini hata mbingu, na jicho takuongoza, 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 na jicho takuongoza tangu chini hata mbingu, na jicho takuongoza. Walioko mbinguni wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu Bwana. Wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu Bwana. Hosana, hosana, uko juu ni furaha, majonzi hakuna, ni kumsifu Bwana. Walioko mbinguni wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu Bwana. Wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu Bwana. Hosana, hosana, natamani kufika mbinguni kwa Baba. Tukifika huko tutapata uzima wa milele. Walioko mbinguni wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu
wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu Bwana. Hosana, wanaoketi huko mbinguni kwa Baba, wanamsifu Bwana. Hosana, haleluya. Asifiwe walioko mbinguni, wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu Bwana. Wanafurahi, washangilia, wanamsifu Bwana. Nungu wanifunyira loli, kariko se charo chose, idini chakugenja. Ilagiro jiboye, nungu wanifunyira loli, kariko se charo chose, idini chakugenja. Ili Mlungu adukose, idini chakugenja. Karikose charo chose, idini chakugenja. Ili Mlungu adukose, idini chakugenja. Karikose charo chose, idini chakugenja. Ukepatwa ni matimo, na kusiwa samkiwa loli, jikumbuke ilagiro, idini chakugenja. Ukepatwa ni matimo, na kusiwa samkiwa loli, jikumbuke ilagiro, idini chakugenja. Ili Mlungu adukose, idini chakugenja. Karikose charo chose, idini chakugenja. Ili Mlungu adukose, idini chakugenja. Karikose charo chose, idini chakugenja. Ijiwasi kwa kutea, ngolo ikakunda fwaloli, isagiro tiadua, idini chakugenja. Ijiwasi kwa kutea, ngolo ikakunda fwaloli, ilagiro tiadua, idini chakugenja. Ili Mlungu adukose, idini chakugenja. Karikose charo chose, idini chakugenja. Ili Mlungu adukose, idini chakugenja. Karikose charo chose,
inini chakugenja karikose echaro chose inini chakugenza adukose inini chakugenja karikose echaro chose inini
dhambi zangu kuziosha. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama.
Yake na sadaka
nategemea daima, chini ya dirisha Mwokozi atanitosha.
damu yake na sadaka
Nategemea daima, chini ya dirisha Mwokozi atanitosha. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama.
nikiitwa hukumuni,
rohoni nina amani, nikivikwa haki yake, sina hofu mbele zake.
nikiitwa hukumuni,
Rohoni nina amani, nikivikwa haki yake, sina hofu mbele zake. Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. 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 Kwake Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama.
Umeahidi wewe Bwana, uniachi hadi mwisho wa dahari, ulisema uniachi. Wewe ni Mungu uliye mwaminifu siku zote. Mimi ninaiweka imani yangu kwako Baba. Umeahidi wewe Bwana, uniachi hadi mwisho wa dahari, ulisema uniachi. Wewe ni Mungu uliye mwaminifu siku zote. Mimi ninaiweka imani yangu kwako Baba.
Nipitiapo maji mengi ya moto, uniachi. Unalijua jina langu wewe Bwana, uniachi. Unatengeneza njia hata mito kule jangwani. Wewe niwe Alfa na Omega, uniachi, uniachi.
Umeahidi wewe Bwana, uniachi
Uniachi Baba.
hadi mwisho wa dahari, ulisema uniachi.
Uniachi.
Wewe ni Mungu uliye mwaminifu siku zote. Mimi ninaiweka imani yangu kwako Baba.
Uliwalinda Waisraeli kule jangwani, ukamtoa Danieli kutoka tundu la simba. Wewe huwainua na wanyonge siku zote, watuepusha na hatari kila siku. Usifiwe.
Umeahidi wewe Bwana, uniachi hadi mwisho wa dahari, ulisema uniachi. Wewe ni Mungu uliye mwaminifu siku zote. Mimi ninaiweka ni Mungu uliye mwaminifu siku zote. Mimi ninaiweka imani yangu kwako Baba.
And all my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burden me, then I am still until you come and see your world with me.
Stand on
You
mountains,
to walk on stormy seas.
stormy seas.
Oh, I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up
To more than I can be.
There is no life without its anger. Each restless heart beats so imperfectly. But when you come and I am filled with wonder, sometimes I feel I glimpse eternity. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains.
Stand on
You raise me up to walk on stormy seas.
stormy seas. moyo wangu msifu Bwana, na vyote vilivyo ndani yangu lisifu jina lake. Moyo wangu msifu Bwana, moyo wangu msifu Bwana, na vyote vilivyo ndani yangu lisifu jina lake. Moyo wangu msifu Bwana.
Sisahau milele tutaimba, tutasahau maumivu tuliyopata duniani. Haleluya, milele tutaimba, tutasifu jina lake ni Mwokozi, atuponya. Haleluya, milele tutaimba, tutasifu jina lake ni Mwokozi, atuponya. Haleluya, milele tutaimba. Tubu dhambi ndugu kamilike, tubu dhambi ndugu kamilike,
tubu dhambi ndugu kamilike, tubu dhambi ndugu kamilike,
tubu dhambi ndugu kamilike, tubu dhambi ndugu kamilike. Tukishafika paradiso wanapoketi wateule. Haleluya, milele tutaimba, tutasahau maumivu tuliyopata duniani. Haleluya, milele tutaimba, tutasifu jina lake ni Mwokozi, atuponya. Haleluya, milele tutaimba, tutasifu jina lake ni Mwokozi, atuponya. Haleluya, milele tutaimba.
Wakifuata mwana kondoo wa Mungu, popote aendako, wakivaa mavazi meupe, wakifuata mwana kondoo wa Mungu, popote aendako. Heri wenye moyo safi, kwa maana watamwona Mungu.
Ni ufalme wa utukufu sana, wanamfurahi watakatifu wote pamoja na Kristo,
wakivaa mavazi meupe, wakimfuata mwana kondoo wa Mungu, popote aendako, wakivaa mavazi meupe, wakimfuata mwana kondoo wa Mungu, kokote aendako. Heri wenye kupenda amani, kwani ni wana wa Mungu.
ni ufalme wa utukufu sana, wanamfurahi watakatifu wote pamoja na Kristo,
wakivaa mavazi meupe, wakimfuata mwana kondoo wa Mungu, kokote aendako. wakivaa mavazi meupe, wakimfuata mwana-kondoo wa Mungu, kokote aendako, wakivaa mavazi meupe, wakimfuata mwana-kondoo wa Mungu.
Good afternoon and welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings. It is members of the National Assembly to discuss an exceptional motion. On your screen is the live pictures from the precincts of Parliament. That is the hallway that leads to the National Assembly chambers. The former President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, has been lying in state, and Kenyans have been using this opportunity to pay their last respect. Hundreds of thousands of Kenyans have been streaming in to view the body of Kenya's third president, who will be laid to rest on Saturday in Nyeri County. But on Friday, Kenyans will have another opportunity to bid farewell to their third president at the Nyayo National Stadium during the National State funeral. But since Monday, they have been accorded an opportunity. There on your screen is Mavoko, Member of Parliament, who is also paying his respect to the former president. It is a special sitting which the members of Parliament will be honoring and paying tribute to the late Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the third president of the Republic of Kenya. So, in the exceptional motion, which will be moved by the leader of the majority party in the National Assembly this afternoon, the tributes of this House will be recorded in special honor of the late retired president's long and uninterrupted service in this House, his selfless service to the Republic, exemplary accomplishment for the country, his role in shepherding Kenya into a new constitutional dispensation in 2010, and for his patriotism and role in promoting socio-economic growth and development of the Republic of Kenya and the East African region. That is a motion which the members of Parliament will be debating this afternoon during the special sitting which has been convened. Before, Kenyans were streaming in to view the body of the late former president, but that program has been halted to allow the members of Parliament access the chamber. And though the exercise is expected to culminate this evening, those who will be willing to congregate will be going to the Nyayo National Stadium to attend the funeral of the third president of the Republic of Kenya. So many tributes have been paid in respect to the late former president Mwai Kibaki. Leaders across the world have sent their messages of condolences, including the presidents of the countries that form the East African community, the core of Kenya's foreign relations. They have stood together with the country at this time And the members of parliament will be also having the opportunity to eulogize the late former president and pay tributes to the work that he did throughout his membership in this house and as president of the Republic of Kenya. The late former president, according to those who have spoken of him, will be remembered for several achievements, among them the new constitution which Kenya promulgated in 2010, as well as his patriotism and the role he played in the promotion of socio-economic growth, as well as the general development of the Republic of Kenya and the East African region. On your screen is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, paying his respects to the former president. It is one of those special broadcasts that happens perhaps a few times in the life of Parliament, and the country is in mourning. Flags are being flown half-mast as Kenyans bid farewell to the late former president of the Republic of Kenya. I will now hand you over for this special broadcast of parliamentary business. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come at our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests were committed to our charge. Amen. Right.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Can we please take your seats? Take your seats. Take your seats, please. Honourable members, we convene here today under extremely unique circumstances. I wish to formally report to the House that on the 23rd of April 2022, following the presidential proclamation of 22nd April 2022 regarding the demise of the third president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki, Chief of the Golden Heart, I received a request by the leader of the majority party seeking convening of a special sitting of the House. The purpose of the special sitting is to transact the following business. A, procedural notification to the assembled House with respect to the presidential proclamation of 22nd April 2022 regarding the demise of the third president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki, and B, consideration of exceptional motion on honor and tributes of the House to the late third president of the Republic of Kenya, following the presidential proclamation of 22nd April 2022 regarding his demise. Honorable members, having taken cognizance of the urgency of the business to be so specified in the request by the leader of the majority party, I acceded to the request to convene a special sitting of the House today, Wednesday, 27th April 2022, commencing at 2:30 p.m. Consequently, and in keeping with the requirements of Standing Order 29, I did gazette this special sitting of the House via Kenya Gazette Notice number 4842 of 25th April 2022. Indeed, this special sitting was also notified to the public by way of newspaper notifications published on the 25th of April 2022. In this regard, this special sitting of the House today, Wednesday, 27th of April 2022, is properly convened. Honorable members, the business to be transacted by the House during the special sitting is as specified in the Gazette notice I have referred to. Having declared that this special sitting is properly convened, allow me to turn to the most important business that necessitated the convening of the sitting. Honorable members, we have gathered here today under sad circumstances. As you are already aware, the National Assembly and indeed the nation as a whole is mourning the passing on of the third president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable Emilio Mwai Kibaki, who passed away on Friday, 22nd April 2022, while undergoing treatment at the Nairobi Hospital. Honorable members, His Excellency the retired third president was born on the 15th of November 1931 in Gatuyani village, Odaya division in the then Nyeri district, now Nyeri County. He began his early education at Gatuyani Primary School before proceeding to Karema Mission Primary School in Odaya. Thereafter, he proceeded to Mathari School, now Nyeri High School, between 1944 and 1946, where he completed his elementary education. The late retired president joined Mangu High School, where he studied between the years 1947 and 1950, and attained the highest grade above his peers in his O-level examinations. The late third president then pursued a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics at the Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, where he graduated with a first-class honors degree in economics. His excellent performance earned him a scholarship to the London School of Economics, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Public Finance with distinction. Upon completing his studies in the United Kingdom, he returned to Uganda in 1958 and took up a job as an assistant lecturer of economics at the Makerere University. Honourable members, let me pause there to allow those members to make their way into the chamber. Members making your way in, please do so. Honorable members, in 1961, a time when the country was gearing up for independence, the late retired President Kibaki returned to Kenya upon a request by the then Secretary General of the Kenya African Union, KANU, the late Thomas Joseph Boyer, and took up a role as an executive officer in the party. He is credited for helping to draft Kenya's independence constitution, a role that he would later replay as the president who shepherded the process that culminated in the promulgation of the 2010 constitution. The late retired President Kibaki's long and decorated political career was birthed at independence in 1963 when he vied for and won the parliamentary seat for Donholm constituency, currently Makadara constituency. In 1974, the late retired third president opted to represent the people of his rural home, Odhaya, where he contested for and won the seat of the Member of Parliament for Odhaya constituency. His impeccable leadership qualities endeared him to the people of Odhaya, who re-elected him to Parliament in all the subsequent elections held in the years 1979, 1983, 1988, 1992, 1997, 2002, and 2007, when he served his final term and retired in March 2013. The late retired President Mwai Kibaki leaves an indelible imprint in the history of Parliament of Kenya as the longest-serving Member of Parliament. He has in his honor a half a century of service to the nation as a Member of Parliament, spanning from the year 1963, when he was first elected, until his retirement in March 2013. Honourable members, during his political career as a Member of Parliament, he rose through the political ranks to become an assistant minister, vice president, leader of official opposition, and crowned his exemplary political career by becoming the third president of the Republic of Kenya, where he served for 2 terms, which is the constitutional limit. Having reached the highest political pinnacle, His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki honorably exited politics upon handing over the reins of power to the incumbent president, His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. He exuded rare dedication to duty that even after rising to the presidency, the late retired President Mwai Kibaki would still find time to come to the chamber and sit in the National Assembly in his capacity as a Member of Parliament for Odhaya constituency to articulate issues of concern to his constituents and of mutual benefit to the Kenyans at large. In him rests an unmatched fallen hero who shall forever be remembered for his gentlemanly and non-confrontational leadership style. Honourable members, in his first term as a Member of Parliament, the late retired President Mwai Kibaki's standing as an economist earned him appointment as an Assistant Minister for Finance and Chairman of the Economic Planning Commission in 1963. Later on, in 1966, he was elevated to the position of Minister for Commerce and Industry, a position in which he served until 1969, when he was appointed Minister for Finance and Economic Planning. In 1978, he was appointed Vice President and served until March 1988. When Section 2A of the former Constitution was repealed in December 1991, following political agitation for multi-party democracy that was inspired by the wind of change from one-party politics to multi-party democratic parties that was blowing across the African continent, the late third president resigned from government and the ruling party, KANU, and founded the Democratic Party of Kenya. This bold decision marked a new trajectory in the political career of the late retired President Kibaki. He joined the presidential race in the first multi-party general elections in 1992, in which he came fourth. He contested for the presidency again in the subsequent general elections of 1997, where he came second to the late President Mwai and became the leader of the official opposition in the National Assembly. In 2002, the late retired third president, made another stab at the presidency on the National Alliance Rainbow Coalition, NARC, party, and won with an astounding landslide majority, becoming Kenya's third president. He was re-elected president for the second term in 2007 under the Party of National Unity. Once again, members, let me allow the members at the door to make their way in. Honourable members, the late retired third president will be remembered for major milestones that transformed the country's economic, social, and political landscape. When he took office, oath of office as president in December 2002, the late retired President Mwai Kibaki committed to turn around the country's economy. He approached leadership from a people-centric perspective that was aimed at improving the quality of lives of the people. He shall forever be remembered for his famous quotes that, in the quotes, leadership is a privilege to better the lives of others. It is not an opportunity to satisfy personal greed, close the quotes. Guided by this philosophy, the late retired President Kibaki midwifed several reforms in Kenya's governance architecture in order to realign it for accelerated service delivery. He shall also be remembered for spearheading the entrenchment of ideals of accountability and transparency that led to the creation of the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, the precursor to the Kenya Anti-Corruption Authority, now renamed the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, to enforce transparency and accountability in government and government operations. In terms of economic development, the late retired third president is credited for formulating an economic recovery strategy that put the country on the pedestal for becoming a middle-income economy. The late retired third president's economic model led to a sharp rebound in the economy and was characterized by unprecedented economic boom, growth, and development. Indeed, you may all recall and remember that within the first term of his presidency, Kenya's GDP rose from a low of 0.6% in 2003 to about 9% in 2007. He also embraced self-reliance by increasingly funding the national budget from internally generated resources such as increased tax revenue collections, hence reducing Kenya's dependence on donor aid. Honourable members, the late retired President Mwai Kibaki made momentous contribution to infrastructure development in the country. He shall be remembered for ambitiously rebuilding, modernizing, and expanding Kenya's infrastructure. During his tenure, he accomplished flagship infrastructure projects such as the Thika Superhighway and various bypasses around Nairobi City. He also initiated other key projects like the Lamu Port South Sudan Ethiopia Transport (LAPSET) Corridor project and the Standard Gauge Railway, SGR, later successfully implemented by the current administration. The late retired third president will also be remembered for his progressive economic policies that led to exponential rise in microfinance institutions and access to financing, which spanned economic development in the country. It was also during his tenure that the constituency's development fund, with the full support of the 9th Parliament, was introduced, and today, as the forerunner to the devolved fund, the CDF has immensely improved the quality of lives of many people in the country, and more particularly is to be noticed in many regions that have in the past been deemed marginalized. Honourable members, the late retired 3rd President will also be remembered for the boom in the telecommunications sector. It was during his time that he laid the foundation for growth in mobile telecommunications and internet connectivity that has positioned Kenya as a mobile and ICT innovations hub. In the education sector, the late retired President Kibaki will forever be celebrated for introducing free primary education in 2003, during which year about 2 million new pupils who would not otherwise have gone to school were enrolled into primary schools. The progressive implementation of free primary education immensely contributed to the realization of universal primary education in the country and laying the firm foundation for the rollout of tuition-free day secondary education, which presently guarantees a 100% transition from primary to secondary schools. His administration also expanded access to university education by granting charters to several university colleges across the country to become full-fledged universities. The late retired President Kibaki will also be remembered for his role in the constitution-making process in Kenya. Despite the failed attempt in 2005, the late retired 3rd President remained resilient, successfully navigating the divergent constitutional views and bequeathed Kenya a new constitution promulgated on the 27th of August 2010. Honourable members, in order to consolidate the socio-economic and political gains made during his presidency and provide a development roadmap for posterity, the late President Kibaki developed the Kenya Vision 2030, an economic blueprint to serve as a vehicle for accelerating and transformation of the country into a newly industrializing middle-income country by the year 2030. The late retired President Kibaki remains an enigma and a steady people-centric leader who evidently personal gain. He was an epitome of gentlemanly and non-confrontational leadership that inspired a sense of duty to serve and not to be served. Honourable members, on behalf of the National Assembly, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and indeed on my own behalf, I pay tribute to this great fallen Kenyan hero and convey our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and the nation at large for this great loss of a true statesman. Further, I take this singular opportunity to thank Kenyans of all walks of life who have managed to come and pay their last respects to the departed former head of state, whose body is lying in state here in Parliament. Honourable members, in honor of the selfless service rendered to the community and the nation by the late retired 3rd President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, I request that we all stand and observe a moment of silence in his honor. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Honourable members, I can see already there are over 40 requests. So, honourable members, I would want us to agree on the time that each member, how much then? 5 minutes. Okay, honour members, yeah. No, on this one, I think let's give everybody equal time, because honour members, at exactly 4:45, there is a request that we shall adjourn proceedings so as to leave the chamber, to allow the military to perform some of their ceremonies, and then at the tail end, we accompany the body up to the gate where the national anthem will be played, and we bid farewell to the body of the late president. So I think 5 minutes is good for so the honour members, the more time we take not making the decision, we have 5 for everybody. Very well. Very well. We'll skip orders 3, 4, 5, and go to 6. All the way to 7. Yes.
Order number 8, exceptional motion, honor and tributes of the House.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move the following exceptional motion, that following the presidential proclamation of 22nd of April 2022 regarding the passing on of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, Chief of the Golden Hearts, the 3rd President of the Republic of Kenya, the tributes of this House be recorded in special honor of the late retired President, retired President's long uninterrupted service in this House, his selfless service to the Republic, exemplary achievements, accomplishments of the country, his role in shepherding Kenya into a new constitutional dispensation in 2010, and for his patriotism and role in promoting socio-economic growth and development of the Republic of Kenya and the East Africa region. Honourable Speaker, let me, on behalf of my family and the people of Kibaki, start by sending my deep, heartfelt condolences to the family and all the Kenyans on the passing on of our beloved hero, the late Honourable Mwai Kibaki. Honourable Speaker, history is more than the path left by the past. It shapes the present and has immense potential to influence the future. And these are words that were said by the former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Barco, when he recounted the steps in history that the House had taken since the 10th century. Today, we have a singular honor, an opportunity to record the tributes of this august House in honor of a giant of history, His Excellency President Mwai Kibaki. Honourable Speaker, in the words of President Obama, I wish to observe that it is hard to eulogize any man. It's hard to capture in words not just the facts and the dates that make life, but the essential truths of a person, the private joys, the sorrows, quiet moments, and the qualities that illuminate one's soul. How much harder to do so for a giant of history, whose legacy is not only our cherished constitutional democracy, but the many aspects that form our social and economic struggles as a nation, and some of which you have enumerated, and the others that are flowing from the public as they talk about the great man. Honorable Speaker, like other giants of history before him, Honorable Kibaki came from a very simple family as the last born of a humble peasant farmers, and he would, as expected, have spent the early childhood assisting his parents to carry out the normal family chores as the hands boy, and including ferrying tobacco from Othaya through the mountain Abadeas all the way to Naivasha and eventually to Donyunjeru when he was a young boy. But this did not deter him from rising to serve his country in the highest office in the land. And I don't want to go through his education, you've covered. But Honorable Speaker, as I stand before this House to mourn and pay tribute to my political mentor, the late President, who was a great economist and a leader to which this country owes a great deal of gratitude. He served in various capacities and left commendable changes wherever he went. As you have mentioned, he started an assistant minister. Then he was appointed a full minister since 1969 to 1978, and then moved on to become a vice president. And during that time, Kenya saw unprecedented growth. I've read a few of his budget speeches, and which I have here, and members would want to share. The library has quite a good collection of that. And just looking at what was happening in the 1970s, I would like to quote what in the budget of 1970, what he said at that point. That given the shortfall in revenue available to the exchequer at the time, at the existing tax rates, and our recent heavy reliance on the banking system, I should have reduced the level of development spending in the 1976-1977 budget in order to keep our books in balance. I'm, however, reluctant to do this, particularly if it delays the restructuring of our economy and its recovery from the recent recession. And he went on to say, and I quote, domestic long-term borrowing achieved a new peak this year. I'm, however, concerned that in the recent years, the only significant subscriber to government stocks has been the NSSF, and that other financial institutions, such as the insurance companies, have invested their surplus funds in property or left them as deposits in banks. I encourage that a greater part of these funds must be drawn into the development effort, and the government is working to increase the attractiveness of government stocks. This was in the 1970s, and the articulation on financial matters was unmatched. Honorable Speaker, despite the political challenges our country faced at that point, President Kibaki always distinguished himself as a great servant, hell-bent to adopt and implement policies geared towards sustainable economic growth, ensuring the overall betterment of the lives of Kenyans. Personally, I knew him as a great friend, having met him about 28 or 30 odd years ago at a personal level. And I greatly enjoyed his company at the social level, in the golfing circles, and later on he was to become my mentor in 2002 when he encouraged me to get into politics, and immediately pulled me into his cabinet. I remember the date, the 3rd of January 2003, and I was to stay in the cabinet alongside him for 10 years. And I watched all these developments that you've articulated as the gentleman, what you call a gentleman par excellence, what leadership others would call a global level 5 leader, who is typified by exuding rare greatness, but with a huge sense of humility. And I think that's what he had. Honorable Speaker, after serving as leader of the opposition, he ascended to power at a time of despair and frustration and economic turmoil. Especially on the free primary education, which increased. I'll skip quite a bit of some of the things that I've said in the interest of time. But, Honorable Speaker, I have reviewed a number of documents, including his first speech, and I've learned a number of the things. And allow me to quote, Honorable Speaker, one of the critical paragraphs in his speech at Uhuru Park when he came up to power. And for those who get a quote for that, and I shall offer a responsive, transparent, and innovative leadership, and I'm willing to put everything I've got into this job because I regard it as a sacred duty. And we all know he put all his energy into serving Kenya for the 10 years. I've offered our competitors a hand of friendship. We have been through a long and sometimes bitter electioneering campaign. Now the elections are over, that there should be no bitterness. And he lived to that. Let us all unite in forgiveness, reconciliation, and hard work to rebuild Kenya. Nation building requires joint efforts of all Kenyans. Let us work for our common destiny and advance our common aspiration to bequeath a better country to our children. And over the 10 years, he lived to those words. Honorable Speaker, within the same, I think within paragraph 7, he articulated, and I quote, one of the things he said, we want to bring back the culture of due process, accountability, and transparency in public office. The era of anything goes is gone forever, and government will no longer be run on the whims of individuals. The era of roadside policy declarations is gone, and my government's decisions will be guided by teamwork and consultation. And he went on to say, which is very important for us here today, that the authority of Parliament and the independence of the judiciary will be restored and enhanced as part of the democratic process and culture that we have undertaken to bring to foster. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the contents of the Constitution 2010 that brought the independence of Parliament, that no president who ever dissolved Parliament at his whims, is part of the promise that was made in Uhuru Park on that afternoon of 2002 in December when he took over. Honorable Speaker, I could go on and on, but we don't have the luxury of that time. But I want to say that the late president had an outstanding approach to leadership that all of us here should emulate to make Kenya a great country that Mzee left. And as we head to the elections, because probably God has called him to the high heavens as a result, as a signal to the Kenyans. And I would like to plead with the electorate as we talk of all the great things the late Mzee Kibaki did. I would like to ask our electorate to honor Mzee Kibaki by looking for his qualities and the characteristics in all those aspirants at all levels. And let's ask ourselves, do you see a Kibaki in your MCA? Do you see a Kibaki or aspects thereof in your member of parliament, in your senator, in your governor? Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want the electorate to ask themselves whether they see a Kibaki or aspect thereof, those attributes that we are all talking of. And we are saying he did very great, so that we don't just look at, as we say traditionally, that you talk of a cow had milk after it has passed on. We want to look at what do our cows have milk even into the future when they are still living. And I would want to ask to challenge our electorate. Let's look for those qualities in our leaders as we go to those elections, and Kenya shall be a great country as he planned it, as he sowed the seeds, as created the frameworks for, and we all crave so that our children's children will bequeath to them a better country. Honorable Speaker, I really, in the interest of time and all the other members, I want to stop it there. I could go on forever. It touches me personally from our close relationship with him, and I have missed a friend, a mentor, and I believe wherever he is, I would hope that he's looking down upon me and the others that he mentored, and he will help us on our journey through this political thickness. Honorable Speaker, with those words, I beg to move.
Deputy Minority Whip, Honorable Eseli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also eulogize a great person, a great leader of this country in the name of Emilio Mwai Kibaki, the retired former president of this country. Mr. Speaker, for us in the western part of Kenya, Kibaki held a special in the year 2002 election. The western part of Kenya gave Kibaki close to 80% of the vote from western Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this was not just because of the influence of Michael Wamalwa Kijana, but the government. And indeed, Kibaki did not disappoint in his tenure. Mr. Speaker, if I were to narrow down to the constituency that I presented then, Kimilili constituency, we had a special place for Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, at one time, Kibaki visited Bungoma County. That time it was our district, and he came specifically to Naitiri, which was in Kimilili constituency. He also laid the foundation stone for a theater, a hospital theater at Naitiri Hospital, being built by Safaricom Foundation. He also laid a foundation stone for a 5,000-liter milk cooler at the same place. So he left a major mark in the wider Kimilili constituency and now in Tongaren constituency. At that point is when he also gave instructions for the road from Kimilili to Misihu to be tarmacked. And indeed, this road was tarmacked. Mr. Speaker, I would say that I was honored to have been in Parliament at the time Kibaki was president of this country. Mr. Speaker, he was an interesting leader in the sense that he listened more than speaking. At one time, when there had been the Tokyo embassy scandal, and Honorable Wetangula had stepped aside as the Minister for Foreign Affairs, he had called us for a meeting at Harambee House, members of Parliament from Western, and I told Honorable Wetangula that I'm going to ask the President to reinstate you. And as we got there, Honorable Wetangula grew close, cold feet and told me, don't mention it. I just kept quiet, but as the meeting went on, at the end I mentioned it. I told His Excellency, the President, Mwai Kibaki, that, Your Excellency, you stopped, Wetangula stepped aside after the Tokyo scandal and the investigations have not come up with anything. Why don't you reinstate him? Because Kenyans are asking, kama wewe unawacha watu yako kwa mataa. And the President laughed and told me, wewe seli, wewe wacha siasa mingi. And we left the President's office at Harambee House. But indeed, within a week, the Honorable Wetangula was reinstated as the Minister for Foreign Affairs. So I've always remembered Mzee Kibaki as a very witty person, but listening to his people. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether we can actually produce yet another Kibaki for this country. Somebody who had such an impact on the economy of this country until the current leadership that came in after him was able to rebase the economy to a lower middle income economy. Mr. Speaker, this was all because of the efforts that he had put in. And this came about because of the devolution that he started implementing from the time he became president, in the sense that he devolved a lot of economic activity to the grassroots, and that stimulated the grassroots economy. And I believe that's the basis that Kenya has thrived on to be classified as a lower middle income country. And I believe if we follow the new constitution strictly and devolve more funds to the grassroots, perhaps we'll achieve the dream that Kibaki had for this country, including the Vision 2030. Mr. Speaker, it's a great loss to the country, but we thank God that at least he gave us His Excellency Emilio Mwai Kibaki to live that long and lead this country to the direction that he led this country, especially economically, Mr. Speaker. While he might not have played the politics as well as we would have wanted him to, but that was Mwai Kibaki. So we have to accept him as he is and agree that he did a great job.
Honorable Sanko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to send my heartfelt condolences on my own behalf, on behalf of my family, on behalf of the 6.5 million Kenyans with disability, I represent this House, to the family of the late Kibaki, to the people of Othaya, and to the people of Kenya in general. Honorable Speaker, the late Kibaki, our path crossed instantly when I was student organization of Nairobi University president. And at that time, the Mwai regime introduced parallel degree program, a program that I was against. And Kibaki was the official opposition leader, so he was against the Mwai regime. Therefore, we had one common enemy. And in the spirit of an enemy of your enemy is your friend, we were friends by default. Honorable Speaker, again, our path crossed incidentally in 2002 when the late Kibaki was sworn in as the third president of Kenya on a on a wheelchair. Honorable Speaker, therefore we were both persons with disabilities. And a few months into his leadership, he said, wapi ule mlemavu alifukuzwa university, rudisha yeye na wenzake. That is how some of us who are suspended in the University of Nairobi and other public universities got our amnesty from, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I remember him as a hero who, without him, I would not have completed my university education. Honorable Speaker, Mzee, as he lie outside here, Honorable Speaker, the man who used a breach of the post-election violence victims' dead bodies to grab half of his government in the arrangement of Nusumkate, Nusumkeka, is screaming the loudest. Mzee, as you fly with the angels, the man who was against your legacy project of Thika Superhighway, describing it as a tribal project, is crying the loudest. Honorable Speaker, the man who coined the 41 against 1 political genocide mantra, because he was against you and your community, is shedding crocodile tears. If Malema was a Kenyan, he would have said, Mzee, give us a signal on how to deal with them. Such sellout, betrayers, and pretenders. Honorable Speaker, the late Kibaki, because in his hand, he left a positive economy. He left an economy, Honorable Speaker, that was thriving, that was on a positive climb, Honorable Speaker. But currently, Honorable Speaker, we have 9 trillion GDP and loans of 12 trillion. That is negative, Honorable Speaker. Kibaki, the late Kibaki, left us when everybody had 3 meals a day. Currently in Kenya, it is very difficult to have even 1 meal a day, not because you are suffering from typhoid or lack of appetite, but because the economy is that bad. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kibaki may have been an economist, and his successor did not study economy. But in any case, he was good in figures, and figures never lie. We were doing well as Kenyans under the leadership of His Excellency Mwai Kibaki and under the first 5-year term of the Jubilee administration. But in the 2nd-year term of Jubilee administration, we are now on a negative trend. May the soul of our hero, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, rest in peace. Fly with the angel, Your Excellency Mwai Emilio Kibaki. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Alienda, Honorable Tiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6 years ago, one day shy, Her Excellency Lucy Kibaki left us in the month of April. 5 days ago, His Excellency Emilio Mwai Kibaki has left us. Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is the Almighty's way of demonstrating their enduring love for each other, as the Bible says, till death did them part. We all know and accept that the Honorable Mwai Kibaki was not only the longest serving member of Parliament by the time he died, but also the most experienced. We can debate about many things, but we all accept that having been plucked by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga from the blushed serenity of Makerere to come and serve as the executive officer of KANU, he remained steadfast and remained committed to this country. He was definitely a gentleman of Kenyan politics, gentlemanly to the point of being mistaken for a fence-sitter. But, Mr. Speaker, we all know that behind that gentility was a very careful, calculating, but principled man, a man whose integrity is not easy to question, a man who, when some of his friends brought or sought to bring his integrity to question, he had the courage to release them. This is a man, Mr. Speaker, whose focus was not only on the economy, but also on democratic space, on meritocracy, and later on constitutional reforms. His legacy is superb, a legacy that was nearly blotted in 2007, when some of his handlers led him to a process that he was not fully persuaded of, aided by the judiciary at the time. To his credit, and recognizing that, he accepted the subsequent process of reconciliation, a reconciliation that ended up in a government of national unity. Together with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, they were able to steer this country to a situation of unity that had not been seen before, to exponential growth, and to put the foundations for legislative and constitutional reform. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to have been one of the beneficiaries of the 4 organs of reform, that is the Committee of Experts. Today I wear the insignia of the Elder of the Burning Spear, which His Excellency Mwai Kibaki was able to accord me for my service to the country in writing the Constitution way before the age of 40, based purely on meritocracy. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to serve as the first ombudsman of this republic at the time that Mwai Kibaki was president, and I can confirm that the entire process was purely based on merit. Both in the Committee of Experts and as the ombudsman, there was no single day that the president sought to exert undue pressure, or as the lawyers say, to do our work with let and hindrance. He respected principle, he respected meritocracy, and he allowed independent institutions to do their work. This is a man to be emulated, Mr. Speaker, and there are lessons to be learned. In his humility in deputizing the commander-in-chief, in his humility in restraint of want and greed, and his principle to walk away when he thought there were differences of principle. These are things to be emulated today, Mr. Speaker, by all that are listening and all that are praising Mwai Kibaki. But above all, Mr. Speaker, his commitment to his country before self is unquestionable. Mwai Kibaki, pass our regards to J.M. Kariuki, Tom Mboya, Jomo Kenyatta, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, John Silver, and the others before us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kieni.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my family, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kieni that I represent, and on behalf of the Nyeri people, Honorable Speaker, I want to convey my very, very sincere condolences to the family, friends, and relatives of the third President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as the country mourns the third President, we should always remember that he was a father, he was an uncle, he was a grandfather, he was also a great-grandfather to many. So I take this opportunity to convey the message to the family and friends. Honorable Speaker, I had an opportunity to interact with the third President, Honorable Speaker, at a tender age when I was at the university. Honorable Speaker, in the year 1998, Honorable Speaker, when our Member of Parliament, the late Munene Kairo, passed on, I decided to vie as a Member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, in 1998. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, the third president inviting us, because he was the chairman of DP, inviting us for a meeting with all the aspirants who are contesting for the Kieni parliamentary seat. And I remember him asking me, young man, you seem that you are a young man and you are contesting for this seat, but we are beseeching you, because you still have a lot of time and bright future in front, ahead of you. I beseech you, that time calling me Matenge, that a time will come when you will be elected as a member of parliament. So consensus, Honorable Speaker, did not just start the other day. There was consensus, and we agreed that we was to support Dr. Chris Murugaru. And for sure, we supported Dr. Chris Murugaru, who became the MP for Kieni. Honorable Speaker, 15 years later, I was elected as a member of parliament for Kieni because I listened to him. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the leader that we are bidding farewell today has many hearts, has many attributes, has many virtues, Honorable Speaker. And maybe to just highlight a few, one of them being humility. We all remember that when the third president was serving as a vice president and also as a minister in the Kanu government, there are many times when he was humiliated. There were times that he was actually demoted from the vice presidency taken to the Ministry of Health. He did not abscond duty. He continued serving the country because he knew in any opportunity that you are given, he used to say, Honorable Speaker, that when you are given an opportunity to serve, you are given an opportunity to serve, not to enrich yourself. Honorable Speaker, the third president detested lazy people. The third president, Honorable Speaker, detested corruption. And Honorable Speaker, if you remember, during his tenure as the third president, when there were allegations of corruption, even with his closest friends, they were actually dropped from the cabinet. Honorable Speaker, that is the kind of leader, Honorable Speaker, that we will forever remember. Honorable Speaker, free education, the free primary education, Honorable Speaker, is something that will remain in our hearts. Honorable Speaker, there are many people, there are many students that I have come across, Honorable Speaker, who said, were it not for his intervention, they would not have gone through the primary education. Honorable Speaker, our farmers will never forget Honorable Mwai Kibaki, because new KCC, when KCC had been taken over by private individuals, when he took over power, he liberted that corporation back to the farmers. And now the farmers are happy about the milk and the prices that they are getting. Honorable Speaker, we from the mountain can never forget what he did in terms of the road infrastructure. Remembering the Thika superhighway, we all know the kind of jam that we used to have, you know, clogging all the way, the entire Thika road. And of course, with the coming up of the Thika superhighway, definitely, even the land, the value of land in our areas also improved. Honorable Speaker, we can say a lot about the former president, but to say the least, Honorable Speaker, is to say that we need to learn from all the virtues that the third president instilled to us. And if we forget all of them, we should just remember that he detested lazy people, he detested people who are involved in corruption, and he encouraged us to work hard. He is the one, Honorable Speaker, who moved from our economy, from down there, Honorable Speaker, to now a thriving economy. Those are the lessons that we need to learn from the third president. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on my behalf of my family, on behalf of the great people of Kiminini and Trans Nzoia County at large, Mr. Speaker, we bring our message of condolence to the family of the late president, friends, and the entire nation. Mr. Speaker, when you read the Bible, the book of Ecclesiastes, the Bible says there is time for everything. There is time to be born and there is time to die. Indeed, it was too early, Mr. Speaker, for the late President Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki leaves behind a positive legacy, Mr. Speaker. He was indeed a family man, Mr. Speaker. From his busy schedule of politics, he found time for his family. And this is a big virtue, Mr. Speaker, that other leaders must emulate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, when it comes to the matters of the economy, Mr. Speaker, the president took over when the growth of this economy was at 0.06%, and he managed to drive it to almost 10%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mwai Kibaki believed in planning. It is said, Mr. Speaker, that failing to plan is planning to fail. Indeed, he's the one who came up with the Vision 2030, Mr. Speaker. The Vision 2030 is the economic blueprint, Mr. Speaker, that all other policies are anchored to. And, Mr. Speaker, in the Vision 2030, the President envisioned Kenya to be a middle-income economy, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to matters of public debt, Mr. Speaker, the President was borrowing wisely. I remember that particular time, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the ratio, the percentage of public borrowing, the GDP, Mr. Speaker, was around 48% to 50%. But currently, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the borrowing is almost 100%. He was borrowing wisely, Mr. Speaker. The public debt, the burden now is on the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. We are calling upon the leaders to emulate President Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, on matters of the taxation, he increased the tax revenue. And Mr. Speaker, that time KRA had a slogan that kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. This is the president, Mr. Speaker. At that time, when it comes to matters of employment, he came up with a strategy of ERS, the economic recovery strategy. And this was about wealth creation and employment. Mr. Speaker, I remember that time we had drastic reforms in the banking industry. At that particular time, Mr. Speaker, the cash reserve ratio was low. And the banks at that time in history, they were hawking loans all over, Mr. Speaker. The banks were giving loans to Kenyans at a low interest rate. Mr. Speaker, because we didn't have a lot of domestic borrowing, he had allowed, Mr. Speaker, the SMEs to borrow from the banks. And at that particular time, we salute him because that is the time the economy was growing. There was a lot of money with the SMEs, Mr. Speaker. Employment was created, and we salute for him for that. Mr. Speaker, during this time as the president, there was zero tolerance to corruption. And in every government office you went to, there was that, it was written all over, that zero tolerance to corruption. We salute President Mwai Kibaki because he was committed to the fight against corruption. I had an opportunity to go to his house with the late Vice President Omalo Kijana, Mr. Speaker. As a young boy, he went to Mutahi, and I had a chat and had tea with him. I remember very well even Joseph Kamoda was there. And from the communication, he was a humble man. The very first time I went to State House, Mr. Speaker, I was again with the late Vice President Omalwa after the installation, Mr. Speaker, in Uhuru Park. We went to State House. And at that time, he was still on the wheelchair, Mr. Speaker. And we salute him, the humility he had as a president, Mr. Speaker, the family man, the help when it comes to the economy. So we call upon the leaders of this country, Mr. Speaker, that we are looking for another Kibaki. A Kibaki who will revive the economy, Mr. Speaker. A Kibaki who will reduce the public debt that is burdening Kenyans. A Kibaki who will manage the cost of living. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is very high. The issues of inflation are very high, Mr. Speaker. How I wish that we call upon the next president of this country, Mr. Speaker, who I'm very sure is going to be a Kibaki movement, Mr. Speaker, that is going to respect the Kenyans. He respected institutions. He respected Parliament, Mr. Speaker. He respected the judiciary. And we salute him for that, Mr. Speaker. I'm told even at that time he could call off cabinet if a cabinet minister was indeed invited to come to Parliament. We salute him for the respect he had for Parliament and the independency of the judiciary. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Honorable Duale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the onset, on my behalf and that of the people of Garissa Township and the people of Northern Kenya, I send my condolences to the family, friends, and the people of Odaya who have lost a great leader. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, let me quote from the Quran, verse in the Al-Imran chapter that says, every soul will taste death, and you will only be given your full compensation on the day of resurrection. So he who is drawn away from the fire and admitted to the paradise has attained the desire. And what is in this life, what is the life of this world except enjoyment of dissolution? Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to serve with President Kibaki in the 10th Parliament, and I want to thank you. You are the only now, you are the party leader of the great party that President Kibaki established many years ago. So you are the only one who is keeping his legacy. The rest are talking, praising Kibaki, when in the 10th Parliament, when presidents were members of Parliament, and President Kibaki was a member of Parliament for Odaya, I had a very rare privilege to serve with him. I had a very rare privilege to be very close to Kibaki when I differed with my party ODM in 2010, and President Kibaki, myself, and many others, including the current deputy president, adopted us as his political sons. And we survived until 2013. Mr. Speaker, Kibaki will be remembered as not a petty leader, as some people are today. Kibaki will be remembered as a person who does not betray. He doesn't believe in the politics of deceit and betrayal as it is today in Kenya. Kibaki believed in the economy, in the hustler, in the smallest of the smallest people. And it was Kibaki who asked the banking sector in our country to open up loans to the smallest of the business in our country. It is Kibaki who brought this country during his tenure. KRA, when he took over, KRA was collecting 600 billion. By 2013, KRA was collecting 1.2 trillion, Mr. Speaker, because he believed in revenue, local revenue. He never believed in debt. Kibaki left us with 1.8 trillion debt. Today, our country is going the route of Sri Lanka, the route of Greece, where we are at 13.5 trillion. Today, when Kibaki was leaving us, a loaf of bread was 20 shilling. Today, Kenyans are buying a loaf of bread for 55 shilling. Kenyans are queuing everywhere. And Mr. Speaker, and I want to urge my Christian brothers and sisters, please, when you want to mourn the dead, don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't shed crocodile tears. We know those who made Kibaki's life difficult in the 10th Parliament, in the Grand Coalition government. I was a minister. Honorable Charles Kilonzo, Honorable Kimunya are the only two members I can see who were with us in the 10th Parliament. We know how the Grand Coalition. But Mr. Speaker, Kibaki had the best of advisors. Men like Ambassador Mudaura, people like Kimembia, I don't know what happened to him of late. Unlike today, when you have sycophants, when you have got a cartel that wants to steal from the people, Mr. Speaker, the next leader of the Republic of Kenya must be like Kibaki. And the closest person to Kibaki is none other than Honorable William Samoei Arap Ruto. That is the closest man, because the rest worked with Kibaki. William Ruto will, like Kibaki, I have worked with him, will turn our economy. But please, my brothers Christians, don't praise Kibaki if you know you made his life difficult during his time. May his soul rest in peace.
Member for Ugunja, Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And let me join my colleagues in passing my condolences and those of the people of Ugunja. To the family, friends of the late third president, Mwai Kibaki, and indeed, the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the more I hear my colleagues speak with passion, the more I'm reminded of the celebrated speech by Mark Antony in Julius Caesar. You know, those of us who are fans of Shakespeare will tell you that the more things change, the more they actually remain the same. Mr. Speaker, let me say two things. That the Honorable President Mwai Kibaki was a man of his own class. And I can for sure remember him for two things, if only two things. One, as you know, Mr. Speaker, he was among the very few of his generation, the generation of post-independence Kenyan leaders, who are known for nothing else but nationalism. The Speaker, Mwai Kibaki lived the spirit of nationalism till he died. Mwai Kibaki was known as a unifying figure. He was known as a person who was non-polarizing, a virtue that we really need in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mwai Kibaki was the kind of a statesman that you would need at any given moment in the life of a country. The Speaker, secondly, is the legacy that Honorable Mwai Kibaki has left behind. You know, Mr. Speaker, many a times leaders struggle to leave a positive legacy. And is that once you are a good leader, like Mwai Kibaki was, you don't have to struggle to leave a legacy. It just happens naturally. It just flows, as I'm being told by Honorable Wamalwa. Because when you talk about Mwai Kibaki, what comes to mind? The Thika superhighway. It just comes to mind naturally. What comes to mind? Free primary education, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta followed in his footsteps. Because again, if you talk about Uhuru Kenyatta, you would obviously think about the Nairobi Expressway and many other things. So we need, and SGR. So we need really, as we send off this great Kenyan statesman, to look at ourselves, to think of where we are as a country and where we need to go, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot end by saying that Mwai Kibaki did not work alone. Indeed, he was blessed to work with 3 vice presidents during his 10-year tenure. The Honorable late Michael Wamalwa Kijana, the Honorable Mudi Aori, and the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Those were his able, loyal vice presidents. And indeed, he was lucky to have had loyal vice presidents. Not like these days when you have a deputy president who has become a leader of opposition. So it is very, very interesting, Mr. Speaker, as we send off the Honorable Mwai Kibaki, that we need to reflect upon ourselves as a country. That we need a situation that we find ourselves in currently, where a deputy president has become an opposition leader in his own government. That is something that never happened during Mwai Kibaki's tenure, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, with those very many words, Mr. Speaker, let me say I want to pray to Almighty God to continue blessing this country and to keep the soul of the president, the 3rd president of this country, in eternal peace. Thank you.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Navajo, that of my family and that of my behalf, Honorable Speaker, allow me to eulogize the great man, a man who leaves behind lessons rather than a man whom we can talk about in terms of the past. Honorable Speaker, the man, His Excellency Emilio Mwai Kibaki, leaves behind a lesson, leaves behind, Honorable Speaker, that leadership is not just for you, it's for a person, leadership for you as a Kenyan, and leadership, Honorable Speaker, for you as a statesman. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwai Kibaki leaves behind a lesson in terms of leadership of economy par excellence. He handled the economy of this country right from the time he came from school and joined KANU. That time, Honorable Speaker, to the time he left as the president, he all preached nothing but economy. Honorable Speaker, the lesson he leaves behind also to us is that he believes in a community, he believes in a person, not just one person himself, but also the entire community. Mwai Kibaki, for appointing the great man, the Vice President of Kenya, the Honorable Christopher Michael Wamalwa. With him, all Luhya nation rallied behind Honorable Mwai Kibaki. Honorable Speaker, I come from a very small community, the Abanyala in Western Kenya. He is the first president, Honorable Speaker, to appoint a Munyala minister, Dr. Newton Kulundu. We eulogize him as a great friend of ours, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mwai Kibaki leaves behind the 50 years he has been in politics, Honorable Speaker, that leaves us a lesson of patience, Honorable Speaker. Are we supposed to be in a hurry to be presidents tomorrow? The answer is no. Are we in a hurry to be leaders today and tomorrow? The answer is no. Patience pays. Let everyone, Honorable Speaker, remember Mwai Kibaki as a person who traveled a political journey
He was not in a rush to become the president, and he has led this country so well. After 2 terms, we leave him with great honor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with all those lessons, what do I propose? Honorable Speaker, I propose that the great men on this world are remembered through infrastructure, through the roads, they are remembered through the buildings. And Honorable Speaker, I wish to challenge you, yourself, Honorable Speaker, as the chairperson of Parliamentary Service Commission. The Honorable Speaker, you are putting up a good building. And it's my prayer, Honorable Speaker, that the great member of Kikuyu can allow me to, Honorable Speaker, through this eulogy, I would wish to request you, as the chairperson, Parliamentary Service Commission. I did say that great men are remembered through infrastructure, such as roads and buildings. Today, Honorable Speaker, we are completing the tallest building ever in this compound in Parliament. Is it indeed possible, Honorable Speaker, that through you, we can remember this great man of 50 years through this house, that this tallest building behind you can be named Honorable Mwai Kibaki in his memory? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Honorable Kiringo Kubai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to pass my condolences to the greatly fallen leader. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to pass my condolences to the family of the late President, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, and also condolences from my own people, people from Mutembei Central, and I eulogize this great leader who has just left us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the late President Mwai Kibaki was not only a leader, a political leader, but he was also he was a CEO, or he was a manager, in that whatever he was doing, he did it and managed it quite well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not praising Honorable Mwai Kibaki only for his 10 years as a president, but since he started the leadership of this country, when he was a secretary for Kanu, when he left Makerere, Mr. Speaker, he came in and started organizing this country from the word go, when we were grappling with the colonial masters, until the date he passed on, Mr. Speaker. He has been playing his cards very well, and he has not failed us in any way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would say that this is the best president this country has ever earned, and I pray we get another one after him, because so far I would say he is the best president we have ever earned. And also, even his people of Odaya, they elected him for almost 40 years, or 80 terms, Mr. Speaker, because he was quite a manager. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable late President was a man of few words, but he was very, very practical in his doings, and he was really, he qualified to the saying of the English saying, which says, actions speak louder than words. Mr. Speaker, the late President rarely talked. The late President was not on the TV or on radio or in the news all the time, but his actions and the planning of this country has propelled this country very far, Mr. Speaker, and that is a leader who needs to be emulated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I happened to interact with the late President, Mr. Speaker, when he was in DP and he was campaigning for that party, Mr. Speaker, and he happened to visit my constituency when I was just a member of the party, and I had not even joined active politics. And we had an interaction with him, Mr. Speaker, in a certain hotel where we shared a meal and other leaders. And Mr. Speaker, in him I saw a great man. And when he didn't make it to the president, to become the president, Mr. Speaker, it was in the early 90s, Mr. Speaker, it was very unfortunate for this country, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, if the late president became the president immediately after the repeal of the section, the law, so that we can have many parties, Mr. Speaker, he could have taken us very many miles away, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, he came to leadership when one factor, he had an accident, and he was also becoming old. But with all those problems, Mr. Speaker, and then there came the problem of the Nusumukata issue, which also stalled his plan for this country, Mr. Speaker, I'll bet all those problems, I'll bet all those handles which were stopping him on his way, Mr. Speaker, he made sure that he had laid proper foundations for this country, Mr. Speaker, especially in the transport sector. He did very well. Education sector, Mr. Speaker. He is the one who reduced the taxes for bondas so that the young people and those who are not employed could be able to buy the pikis or the motorcycle, Mr. Speaker. And as we talk now, that sector is the sector which is employing most of the youths in this country, because there's no any other opening in this country to employ our youths, Mr. Speaker. This great man has done a lot for this country, and I wish him, I wish his family and all those people who were there that they pray for him, and we pray for his soul, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I rise to send my condolences to the family of President Mwai Kibaki and also to the people of Kenya on my own behalf and the people of Kiharu. Mr. Speaker, we learn a lot from the life of President Mwai Kibaki. First, I want to thank the people of Odaya for entrusting a young person to the position of leadership in terms of their MP, Mr. Speaker. President Mwai Kibaki assumed the role of CEO of KANU at the age of 31, went ahead to become an MP at 32, and served for 50 uninterrupted years as a member of Parliament. And it is through that incubation of ascending to a position of leadership early that he was able to refine himself, of course through experience, to become the kind of leader, a towering leader, that he became when he assumed the presidency of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I remember President Mwai Kibaki for the free primary education, and I remember when he was campaigning, his competitor then actually told the nation that it was impossible to offer free basic education. But President Mwai Kibaki went ahead to prove them wrong when he, of course, gave the people of Kenya an opportunity to go to school without paying. Also, most of us, Mr. Speaker, went to universities and got places in various universities, courtesy of the policies of President Mwai Kibaki for opening up space in our private public universities, Mr. Speaker, which previously were held on bed capacity, and also opened up the economy to be able to absorb capital from private sector for establishment of private institutions. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to remember President Kibaki more in regards to the economy. Across all dimensions of the economy, President Mwai Kibaki's legacy, Mr. Speaker, is towering. He got an economy that had revenues of around 200 billion Kenya shillings. By the time he left after 10 years, he had uplifted that revenue by 500% to 1 trillion Kenya shillings. The current regime under President Uhuru Kenyatta has only managed to move that revenue from 1 trillion to around 1.6 trillion, which is hardly 60%. Work that Kibaki did in half a year has taken the current regime an entire 10 years to achieve. President Mwai Kibaki got our country and our economy at a point where the total debt was around 600 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, he left us with a debt of 1.8 trillion Kenya shillings, borrowing a net of 1.2 trillion Kenya shillings in a span of 10 years. But Mr. Speaker, contrasting with this regime, that debt from 1.8, we have actually surpassed even the limits we have set in this House. If you add even the guarantees, now the total debt is going towards 12 trillion. Mr. Speaker, also, economically speaking, President Mwai Kibaki left our country when the poverty level was around 39%. Mr. Speaker, as we talk now, Kenyans who face multidimensional poverty are just around 63%. 2/3 of Kenyans' households, Mr. Speaker, are living in one way or the other in poverty. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the country that President Kibaki left that was booming has, of course, descended into poverty. On the other sector, Mr. Speaker, which is more visible, President Mwai Kibaki gave a very good environment for our private sector to thrive. Mr. Speaker, most of the banks and most of the companies in the private sector that we are very proud of as Kenyans, and categorically like Equity Bank, like Family Bank, like many other financial institutions around insurance, Mr. Speaker, they got their operating license during President Kibaki's time. All this, Mr. Speaker, he never managed, Mr. Speaker, to ask for any stakes from these companies. And Mr. Speaker, because I see almost my time is up, among the many qualities we can learn from President Mwai Kibaki is that it is important for leaders not to be conflicted when they are leading. President Mwai Kibaki never did business with government when he was president of Kenya. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is actually criminal for this regime to every time keep on comparing their performance with that of President Mwai Kibaki. It is an insult, Mr. Speaker, to his legacy. There is no comparison. We can only contrast. And lastly, the selflessness. President Mwai Kibaki never named any street on his name. Actually, when people approached him to name Thika Road Superhighway on his name, he...
Member for your...
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. And on behalf of the people of Emuhaya, on behalf of my own self, on behalf of the teachers of Kenya, and on behalf of the workers of Kenya, let me take this opportunity to send my apt condolences to the family, friends, Kenyans, and even relatives of the late family of Mwai Kibaki. Honorable Mwai Kibaki, the third president of Kenya, was actually an epitome of change in this particular country. He came to power at a time when we had had the long rule of Moi, but he came up with several changes which made the Kenyans to be proud of his rule. Honorable Speaker, this is the president who stopped the roadside declarations and policies which had been the norm of President Moi and which Kenyans were not very happy about. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kibaki and President Kibaki reduced his when Moi was about to pass, sometimes would spend the whole day. He reduced his motorcade and made it very easy and very ample, very simple for a presidential motorcade to pass on the Kenyan roads. Honorable Speaker, on internal and external borrowing, this was a remarkable president who made the loans to be very cheap, especially for workers and more so for teachers. For the first time, we saw banks, more so some banks which teachers could not go to, like the Barclays Bank and Stanchart Bank, come to staff rooms and hawk loans to teachers and workers of this country. We can never forget this. He made the loans to be cheap and to be available for the smallest man in the country. Honorable Speaker, President Kibaki went ahead to make sure that the teachers got better pay and worked under better conditions of working. There is remembered for the 17.9 billion which he gave the teachers of Kenya as what was called the harmonized salaries between the civil servants and the teachers of Kenya. And that's changed the life of teachers till today. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kibaki and President Kibaki worked on the minimum wage for Kenyan workers, and is the one who raised it almost to the level that was wanted by the international standards and the ILO. And to date, it has been improved such that the minimum wage stands at what is required by the ILO. President Kibaki did not interfere with trade unions. It was very easy to negotiate as trade unions with the president and government. And at no time when we negotiated for teacher salaries did we even meet President Kibaki. We met ministers and other officers within the system, and the deal would be done. We would never meet the president himself. He believed in people. He believed in the people he gave office. Honorable Speaker, I cannot forget the fact that President Kibaki did a lot on infrastructure. In Emuhaya, for instance, he's the one who came up with the Stendikisa-Humsalaba Road, which is now in bad condition and which we are asking the current government to make. He also came up with the road from the Buyangu at Rodis Junction to Ekero, which is serving the people of Emuhaya, and we remember him for that. Honorable Speaker, President Kibaki professionalized the civil service and also professionalized the cabinet. For the first time, we heard that people were being told to text their CVs to the president to see where they can be placed in the ministries. This was powerful, and we loved it. There was meritocracy, and merit ruled the day. Today we see people being appointed not because they are professionals, but because they are good friends of those who are in power. This we cannot hide from President Mwai Kibaki. Honorable Speaker, I must say that this is the president who braved the issue of free primary school, and which has now grown to subsidized secondary school, which we enjoy today. He was very brave because he said within the first 100 days, he will have brought free primary school. I remember when I met President Uhuru after Kibaki left the throne, I told him that Kibaki has done it all. The best you could do now was to do three things: that you must make sure that the secondary school education is free. You must also make sure that teachers are paid well, and make sure that you build the railway. The rest is a story for another day. Honorable Speaker, President Kibaki was the leader of the opposition. Today, people fear to be in the opposition. This, I should say that we go to the next election, those who will be in the opposition must remain in the opposition, so that we have a check and balance in Parliament. Hey, you guys, what's happening? I must say, Honorable Speaker, that President Kibaki also is remembered for handing over power to his next president.
Can I hear the member for Odaya? Honorable Vishuki Mugambi. Give the member for Odaya.
Sawa, asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to pass my condolences to the family, to my great people of Odaya and Kenyans at large as they mourn this great statesman. Allow me, Mr. Honorable Speaker, to thank people of Odaya who stood with Mwai Kibaki for that period of 40 years. Allow me to thank Kenyans for giving Rais Honorable Mwai Kibaki a chance to serve them as their president. Honorable Speaker, I want to eulogize a very humble man. A man, if you remember, Honorable Speaker, who came into power and refused to be called Mtukufu, and is the one who introduced the term Mheshimiwa for president. Honorable Speaker, we need to remember how humble Honorable. He refused, as many of you have said, for any project to be named after him. But I want to confess that now that he's gone, we are allowed, as our whip has said, to name a few projects after him. Honorable Speaker, like in Odaya, we have a level 6 hospital, which we will name after him as Mwai Kibaki Teaching and Referral Hospital. Honorable Speaker, I had a chance to serve under Mwai Kibaki as his chairman of Odaya Development Association. As you know then, the Katiba had not allowed the constituency where the president comes to elect a member of parliament. But he gave me a chance to serve on his behalf as an acting member of parliament in Odaya. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, I was lucky he did recognize my service and gave me an MBS for the service I gave to Odaya people. Honorable Speaker, we cannot forget where the president left this country in terms of economy, in terms of education, in terms of social and political status. We know that he's the man who enacted the 2010 Constitution, which is a document, Honorable Speaker, that will guide the democracy and the freedoms of Kenyans in this country for a long time to come. I remember the president for his vision. Honorable Speaker, Mheshimiwa Kibaki took over a country that was almost directionless. But he was able to come up with Vision 2030, which is a blueprint that again will guide the development of this country for up to the year 2030. Honorable Speaker, we cannot forget the many children who have had a chance to achieve their dreams because of the free primary education. Honorable Speaker, this is something we have to guard as leaders so that all these kids, because all of them have dreams, that they will continue having a chance to achieve their dreams. Honorable Speaker, the late President valued the private sector, and this is an area that helped this country to grow almost with double digits. And if we all remember, the banking sector, the manufacturing sector, they all benefited from his policies of ensuring that he supports the best and he allows merit and competition to thrive in an economy. Honorable Speaker, we have to continue supporting and coming up with policies that are supportive to the private sector. Honorable Speaker, even the tax laws were very friendly during the President Kibaki's time, and we need to continue ensuring that we don't tax businesses out of business, but we have supportive tax policies that will ensure that the private sector continue to create more jobs and to help grow our economy. Honorable Speaker, may the good Lord bless the soul of our great statesman in eternal peace. Amen.
How
long is that? Which is
What's your point of order?
On Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise on a point of order, and I've noted that, and I appreciate the fact that you have permitted members to speak for 5 minutes each. However, there are at least over 50 to 60 members who would like to address this issue, and I'm requesting we will not have a chance for all of us to speak. The time is 4:30, and if you do the mathematics and the House adjourns at 7, not everyone will be able to pay tributes to His Excellency.
So what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that the time be reduced to either 2 or 3 minutes. We did that for the late His Excellency Daniel Toroitich Moi, where we contributed at 2 minutes each.
Can we say 3 minutes? Yeah, you know, honour members, remember this, that's why you see I'm consulting, because we also need to know at what point should the public be stopped from coming, because we can't adjourn and walk out in our procession against the public. So even these people in red attire there should also organize themselves. Honorable Kilonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to pass my condolences and to those of the larger Kilonzo family. The late Mzee Kibaki was a good friend of my dad when my dad was in the police service. And indeed, when my father died in suspicious circumstances, Mzee Kibaki, then a member of parliament in the opposition, did come to mourn with the family, Mr. Speaker, and attended the funeral service at Holy Family Basilica. Mr. Speaker, myself, even joining politics, Mr. Speaker, among the few people supported me financially was none other than the late President Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, Kibaki will be remembered as an economist, a man who transformed the Kenyan economy to what it is today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, changing Kenyan economy to a middle-class economy is not something, Mr. Speaker, which can go unnoticed, and this was done during Kibaki's time. Mr. Speaker, it is during Kibaki's time when he had the Vision 2030, which successive government, Mr. Speaker, have still adopted. I recall very well as a young member of parliament, the first budget, which was read in July 2003, Mr. Speaker, after Kibaki took over from the former regime of Kano, was only 256 billion, the entire budget, Mr. Speaker. 10 years later, Mr. Speaker, the national budget which he handed over, the last budget which he supervised was at 1.8 billion, Mr. Speaker. It was during his time, Mr. Speaker, where he emphasized on generating our own taxes to run the economy and reduced overdependence of aid, especially Western aid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many might not know that Mzee Kibaki believed in devolution, Mr. Speaker. It was during his time, Mr. Speaker, that CDF, which was a private member's motion by Engineer Karue, he actually requested Engineer Karue to surrender the bill to be a government bill, Mr. Speaker, and then the government brought the bill. Today, we now have National Government Constituency Development Fund, Mr. Speaker, courtesy of the late President, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the late President believed that, Mr. Speaker, ministers in the House must fight their wars in the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to end there and say, may his soul rest in peace.
Member for Madira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, from the onset, send my condolences to the family of the late Mzee Mwai Kibaki, a great man, a visionary leader, a brilliant economist, a Democrat par excellence, and the best president ever in our 5-decade history in this country. Mr. Speaker, the late Mwai Kibaki hailed from Nyeri, the lads of milk and honey, the land of the courageous, the land of the brave, the land of Dedan Kimathi Washuri, the land of Professor Wangari Maathai, and he has done us proud. Mr. Speaker, Mwai Kibaki's pretended over unprecedented economic development that changed people's lives, and by the time he handed over in 2013, Mr. Speaker, he left Kenyans a happy lot. Everybody had money in the pocket. Mr. Speaker, the late Mzee Mwai Kibaki expanded business and created the best environment for doing business in this country. He opened up the East for the people of Kenya to trade with China and other countries. Mr. Speaker, he brought about access to affordable credit. If Kenyans can remember during his time, there were tents outside every building where banks were hawking loans to the people of Kenya to do business. Today, the reverse is the reality. It is Mwai Kibaki who brought free primary education, and he'll be remembered by the people of Kenya for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, Mwai Kibaki had respect for the rule of law. He never used the criminal justice system to manage politics. He managed politics in the conventional way. And he was a gentleman, and he never coerced anybody. He never intimidated anybody to follow his political thinking. He let every Kenyan be. After serving for 39 years as Member of Parliament for Udaya, when the time came for him to retire, he never forced the people of Udaya, who is the next Member of Parliament of Kenya, to choose their own leader without coercion and intimidation. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to mourn my President, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, I will remember President Mwai Kibaki as the President of this country, Mr. Speaker, and I remember him specifically, Mr. Speaker, because the Jamhuri Day of 2011, Mr. Speaker, the President awarded me the Head of State Commendation Award, the HSC, Mr. Speaker. That is why I use HSC. That is an award, Mr. Speaker, that I received in 2011 from the President, recognizing the work I do in my community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the great people of Migori County, and on behalf of persons with disabilities that I represent, Mr. Speaker, in this House, I wish to send my condolences to the family and the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, persons with disabilities of Kenya are mourning the President, Mr. Speaker, who basically made their lives better in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is during Kibaki's time in 2003, Mr. Speaker, that the Persons with Disabilities Act was signed into law in this country, Mr. Speaker, and that has been a law that has made it easier for persons with disabilities of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, to actually have their lives and their rights recognized in this country. Mr. Speaker, it was during that time, and Mr. Speaker, going into 2008, when actually this country also, Mr. Speaker, as you may know, signed the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Mr. Speaker, making life easier for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, I am a life member of Maendeleo ya Wanawake. Mr. Speaker, Maendeleo ya Wanawake in this country, women of this country, Mr. Speaker, are proud of President Kibaki, Mr. Speaker, because you know that President Kibaki supported Maendeleo ya Wanawake and supported women of this country, Mr. Speaker. We are mourning the loss of our president. Mr. Speaker, free primary education, Mr. Speaker. Children who would never have gone to school, Mr. Speaker, had an opportunity for the first time to access education, to see the classroom, Mr. Speaker, courtesy of our third president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, for me, the first time I saw a superhighway was during his time, Mr. Speaker, coming to do a superhighway, Thika superhighway infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we must give credit where it is due. And Mr. Speaker, I salute President Mwai Kibaki, and I ask that his soul rests in eternal peace. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kadui. Sorry, honourable members, I'm still trying to coordinate out there.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish, on behalf of my family, the people of Kandui, and the entire Democratic Action Party, to send condolences to the family, friends, relatives, and Kenyans for the loss of President Emilio Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of serving with President Kibaki during the 8th Parliament when he was my leader of opposition between 1997 and 2002. Mr. Speaker, I also had the privilege of having served with him as my president, as both member of parliament, and also as his special envoy to the African Union and Somalia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a great man, a great leader Kenyans have lost. He was a pillar of stability, Mr. Speaker. We all are aware of the things he has done for this country, ranging from free primary education, growing our economy, Mr. Speaker, building stable infrastructure, ensuring roads across the country, Mr. Speaker, and above all, making...
I'd also like to take this opportunity to condole with the family of the late Honorable Mwai